yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done, yeah, I'm the one. This a game you don't wanna play. Take chances, make it happen. Took all of my L's like practice. Bounce back to the top like magic. All you need is hard work plus passion. Everything I wanted, I imagined. Sky was the limit till we blew right past it. The only goal's trying to go faster, we can't go backwards. So if you upset, just say that. Record it for yourself for the playback. I use success as my payback, so take that. We don't fabricate cause it's fake, we just stay facts. Believe me when I say this, we up next to be the greatest. It ain't organic if you fake it till you make it. Knew this day would come, I could taste it. I was not born to be basic, was born to bleed greatness. Better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the
Young Neo, Craig to your Debo. Calm at the line, it's a free throw. Talent God given this divine like a cheat code. Multiply grind, bottom line, we ain't equal. Better go to the tape and then check the tactics. I've been on the mic while they've been laying on the mattress. Whole army out on the march and we bring the madness. Someone tell the analysts to add up all the factors. If they only knew what they were up against, they'd probably be better prepared for self-defense. They've been at home and I've been in the trench. I smell blood, yeah, I caught a scent. I'm in my zone, I ain't gonna miss. I've been to war, man, I took the hits. It don't matter if you're venomous. I'm gonna immune to the poison. My blood's still boiling. Always moving forward in conflict, I don't avoid it. I'm never stopping, I'm getting it till it's won. I get it done in my blood, got the code DNA, you know one.
better lay down and stay down. Where I come from, we don't play round. Yeah, I'm the one. Even at my worst, I'm the best. Give my all till it ain't none left. Don't sweat, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. Yeah, I'm the one. Won't stop till I'm done. Yeah, I'm the one. shift, no blame or break, got no excuse. If a roadblock is ahead, I will always find a way, always find a way. Wise man say, good things come to those who wait. Hey, I'm on the way. Baby, I level up. Every life's in my truck. They can't control us. We in the zone, they know it's on. Pressure don't hold me. Challenge the judge. Baby, don't worry. Gotta be strong. I won't be long. Look alive, look alive, look alive. Oh yeah. Got my eyes on the prize, got my eyes on the prize, on the prize, on the prize. Tunnel vision to my brain, tunnel vision, man. Tunnel vision, man. Tunnel vision on my mission, tunnel vision, man. Tunnel vision, man. Tunnel vision. Beat it till the walls fall, till the walls fall. I chip away, chip away, chip away till the walls fall, till it all falls. Baby, I level up. Every lesson my truck. They can't control us. We in the zone, they know it's on. Pressure don't fool me. Challenge the judge. Baby, don't worry. Gotta be strong. I won't be long. Look alive, look alive, look alive. I get my eyes on the prize, got my eyes on the prize. Tunnel vision to my brain, tunnel vision, man. Cool head, whip the veil, cool head, whip the veil. I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice,
Hoping that you notice it.
hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Trying to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused,
Gotta stay focused, man.
gotta stay there.
Gotta stay there, man.
Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Trying to get attention. Hey.
I was in my zone, in my comfort. I was in the dark, wonder. I was on that gas like a Hummer. I was steady focused on the come up. Until you caught my eye. Girl, I hit the Johnny Gill, my. Now I'm knowing what a true love is. And the mothers was so bogus.
I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice,
Hoping that you notice it.
hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Trying to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused,
Gotta stay focused, man.
gotta stay there.
Gotta stay there, man.
Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Trying to get attention.
Let it ring like alarms, like a calm for the storm. Yeah, this been the norm. Like, yeah, you prophecy on the first joint. Been ahead, been the future. That's the point. Yeah, love and touch, watch them off, hit the dance. Been rocking with the Campton, your stamp. Sipping, running with OBJ. Small things to a giant, we don't play. Hey.
I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice,
Hoping that you notice it.
hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Trying to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay
to win it, win it.
My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, yeah.
Can I please get a witness? Better go handle your business. What they spinning? Better be stacking. Don't let it cap and really start winning. No mercy or pity. Gotta get dirty and gritty, regardless, no matter the city. All in or nothing. If you know, like I know, you gotta hustle like you wanted something. All that hype, man, that's a for price. I'm not the kind of the type. Pretending to be something for the majority just so I can get a million of likes. I know it's time, relentlessly, that's why I grind. Get on my mission, cause I see the vision when I see myself in the mirror. Reflection of my competition, so I keep my
team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending. Yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, 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 yeah.
We in it to win it, win it, win it. We in it to win it, win it, win it. I just continue to ride my own wave. You can catch me in the beach a lot, serving the streets to get paid. 24/7 around the clock. I'm cutting shit up like a barbershop. People who listen to eavesdrop. Loyalty is the key, no more flip flops. Cause I can't stop till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop.
My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, my team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah. We in it to win it.
If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in the murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. But I've been burned and that shit hurt, couldn't get worse. Thought I was cursed, I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live when you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in the murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned and that shit hurt, couldn't get worse. Thought I was cursed, I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live when you learn. Yeah, the king is back. Took a little minute out the game. Had to handle business now, flipping tracks. In the kitchen like I'm Chrissy Ranks. No lies, just spitting facts. Brother, rap for real. Had the deals. Done with the talk, I want actual meals. Cash goes with tea like a splash of milk. Are you done, bro? Everything fucked up. Get my team pumped up. Coming like a young Bruce Lee with a nunchuck. Everybody with me on the grind till the sun's up. Get the funds up, cause I'm past caring. Man, I barbarian. Lost every them, can't share with them. Arms Arrogant. Man, I bring the fire like a Targaryen. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in the murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned and that shit hurt, couldn't get worse. Thought I was cursed, I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live when you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in the murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. I was very mad when hell I'm back, had to bury that, that's a buried hatch. Don't get me gas, cause once I'm gone, can't get me back. iPhone notes or pen and pad, BTN, yeah, I'm rapping that. Someone selling stories, I can smell a rat. Won't stop till my crib got the heady back. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in the murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned and that shit hurt, couldn't get worse. Thought I was cursed, I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live when you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in the murk, or you're doing bird, brother, don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned and that shit hurt, couldn't get worse. Thought I was cursed, I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live when you learn.
and never coming down.
Raise a glass for the snakes in the grass. Give a toast to the fakes in the past. Now they ghosts blowing smoke out of gas. Throwing stones out of house made of glass. Swerving in my lane, I'm living fast. I'm all in my bag, ain't looking back. I was down the hill, ain't going back. I got it out of mud, now I'm on track.
This is not enough. All tears gone down. Can't see you at the bottom. On my way up. Gon' kill it, no doubt. Go hard and get out. Listen, I'll get tough. And nothing I'm afraid of. And still I made it. Though I get rough. Gon' kill it, no doubt.
Watch how I run it like basics. I'ma take it back to the basics. I'm the one they want, yeah, I got it out the basement. Now I'm sky high when I pull up in the spaceship. Face it, raps on 100, they ain't see me coming. Creeping on the comer base summer, now I'm stunting. I ain't never coming down, I'm on the summit, running. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside, it's just in their nature. Don't pay it no mind, don't let it phase ya. They monitor these moves that we make it major. They mad at you winning, they love to hate ya. They jealous inside, it's just in their nature. Don't pay it no mind, and don't let it phase ya. Don't let it phase ya.
Not enough. All tears gone down. Can't see you at the bottom. On my way up. Gon' kill it, no doubt. Go hard and get out. Listen, I'll get tough. And nothing I'm afraid of. And still what I'm made of. Though I get rough. Gon' kill it, no doubt. The top and never coming down.
All school rebel, hey, hey, let's go. We got a new dance for you. Oh, for the fly sexy. Yeah, wax on, wax off. Check it out.
Let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Wax on, wax off.
Hey,
Wax on, wax off.
okay. Yeah.
Wax on, wax off.
Hey. I spit that thing, been in the game, been Hall of Fame. Yeah. I cook these beats since 13 in mom's dining room. Check. Can't let these tracks from Swift, Usher, and Chris. On my block, I was always on this. They can count you out, but you can count on this. I would never ever miss. Young OG, I've been low key, like Steph from 3. I keep the key. Game on lock. I got a sixth sense, they can't see me. Get it. I got a sixth sense, they can't see me. Get him, the business. Hey. Old habits die hard. Jippy Kanye, Bruce Willis.
Let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's go. Oh, let's get it, let's go.
Stadium status, let's go.
Wax on, wax on.
So real.
Wax on, wax on.
Hey, this right here feel like perfect timing. I've been shining, stars aligning. So many clips I've been grinding. No malice, I just been climbing. Keep it a buck, keep it a beam. I've been on top, doing the thing. Paris with Billy and Zena Facine. I've been in shadow, stacking the green. Call me your highness, like I'm a king. If you've been hating, that's low self-esteem. We just been out here living the dream. Me and my team, nah me.
Let's get it, let's go.
Yeah. Okay. You know what it is. Art school. Get 'em beat, yo.
Let's get it, let's go.
In the game like EA. In the game like EA. In the game like EA.
Wax on, wax off.
Motivation. Motivation. Yeah. Try to stop me, yes.
Motivation. 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 I can't lose, no, I won't quit. I won't quit, got the juice, yeah, I'm so sick. All night, no days off. Days off and going hard, it's the payoff. Yeah, I train like a troop do. In the rain, in the snow, dirt too. No excuses, gotta get it, gotta pay the price. Cause you can't make it to the top without sacrifice. One life, you know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really, it's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline.
But I'm fine.
Opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, yeah. You know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really this motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime. It's the moment of a lifetime.
One lifetime.
It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now.
Wake up in the morning.
Motivation.
I'ma keep on coming, yeah.
Motivation.
Tell them keep on hating.
Motivation.
Tell them keep on hating.
Motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime. Look, no limit, still standing. Waiting for this moment, better take advantage. Think you falling off? Show them your balance. Show them your passion. Move forward, not back. Go hard, be effortless, confident. Off the ground, might be safe for now, we ain't pedaling. Keep control, we ain't settling. Keep it going to the very end. Till you win, gotta try again. Ain't no limits, we gon' get it in. Hey! Started off, we finished. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep going, I am limitless. Coming to get it and pushing the limits. You better pray we ain't come to play. Been on a mission, you tunnel your vision. Now I can't hear what a hater say. Didn't believe they didn't need. Now they can see what time it is. Infinity, now you can see. High in the hills while trying to live. Tell me how long this lasted. Never mind, we ain't waiting away. Chasing great, can't be jogging in place. If it ain't helping, it's taking away. You ain't helping, you just in the way. Limitless range, we take it to space. Chasing a dream, you can't relate. Time's ticking, I cannot be late. Started up, we finished. Never running out of energy. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless. Started up, we finished. Limitless. Never running out of energy. Limitless, keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless, start it up, we finish. Limitless, never running out of energy. Limitless, keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. No boundaries, no end, no limits. Nothing is easy, and everything is earned. Be the last one standing, be the best out, be limitless. Limitless, start it up, we finish. Limitless, never running out of energy. Limitless, keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless. Limitless, start it up, we finish. Limitless, never running out of energy. Limitless, keep it going till we finish. Keep it going till we finish. Keep it going, I am limitless.
Don't stop, get it how you get it. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. I'm the greatest, I'm the baddest, no debating. I've been making big moves, know I got it. I'ma get it, never static. I'm the realest. I've been making big moves, so dramatic. I'm way big and I make big news. Hey, going with a bass, get loose, can't stop me now. 'Cause I'm made for this. They watch every time I step through. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Move a little fast, get it and I go. And I'm never last, you already know. I'm the baseline steady, showdown, I stay ready. I'm way big and I make big news. Hey, going with a bass, get loose, can't stop me now. 'Cause I'm made for this. They watch every time I step through. Run it up, don't stop, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it, get it how you get it. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Get it how I want it, when I want it, and I don't stop. Get it how I want it, when I want it, and I don't stop. Get it how I want it, when I want it, and I don't stop. Get it how I want it, when I want it, and I don't stop. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this. Throw it back, holla back, run it back. Can't stop me now 'cause I'm made for this.
We coming. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. We coming. Start it up, start it up, start it up. Don't be scared. Time is up, time is up, time is up. We coming.
When there's time left, we don't waste time. You just died on the battlefield of 8 times. It ain't like you win if you ain't down. It's you versus me, and you know that we ain't down. Got your whole team, but we ain't trying. How you the leader, but you scared, man, you stay high. Getting mad, turn the chat to a rage line. And we ain't playing when we say that it's game time. You running out of time, yo. Leave it on a high note. You ain't ever winning, so you might as well leave it with your pride, bro. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock.
We coming.
Look, you're dealing with the savagery, time is seeping out drastically while your squad is in agony. Better lean on the strategy, beating you is a staggering. You will leave as a casualty, it'll be as a tragedy. You're exploring every option, I know that you are imagining all the info you're gathering. Your reaction is flattering, cause you know it ain't happening. Hope you know it ain't happening. We come at like what's happening? What's happening? Look, you running out of time, yo. Leave it on a high note. You ain't ever winning, so you might as well leave it with your pride, bro. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming, tick, tock. Hurry, tick, tock. We coming. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. I don't think they heard me. Don't come for me, it's out of line. Don't play with me, you can try. You think you hard, well I don't buy. Talk your talk, don't waste my time. I've been on the grind, so much on the line. Don't get out of line. You out of time, tick, tock. We coming, tick, tock. Game over.
They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. They don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Out here like we some friends. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pins up. It's just a bit of static in your eyes. I can see panic, boy. Don't you try to mess up, or else you need to clean up. Collecting all them checks up, and then you scream, I'll fix them. Man, all these rappers out here cat. I'm not even mad at that. If you're ready to dry in your lies, just give me a sign. I am fine with that. I guess that's just the difference. It's your girl, I put some kisses. Had her all up in my mentions and her feelings. Plus she's Spanish. From this pressure, I make diamonds. That's why my pen is so polished. I was done with being modest, cause my bro was suicidal. Had my life all up in shambles. That's the cost of being an artist. But I do it all again if I'm being completely honest. What is life? Am I even real? Am I in a stimulation? Tell me, how can I tell? Tracks on the shelf, broke the damn shelf. Woman out here losing weight like Adele. He was in his bag, but it wasn't himself. So when I let him down, he probably needed help. He was walking around these streets with some damage. I think we all walk around with some baggage. They don't wanna see you win. They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. You don't wanna see me win. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. They don't wanna see me win. They don't wanna see you. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog. You don't wanna see me win. Don't you wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Don't you play pretend, dog.
Yeah. No power form against me, boy, shall ever prosper. Winning with the team and then go order lobster. That's all we know, round table like a mobster. Put the fake in line and win like instruction. All we wanna see is W's, no new friends, no none of you. All you real comical, we gon' see what stands when the summers do. Play pretend, see it chronicles, y'all mostly loud like carnivals. Ooh, I know your type, really should've been, you know, on sight. For the glory, I press no brakes, you know I fight.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Hey, Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Then face your death, cause you make a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup.
Motivation. Motivation. Yeah. Try to stop me, yes.
Motivation. 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 I can't lose, no, I won't quit. I won't quit. Got the juice, yeah, I'm so sick. I'm so sick. All night, no days off. Days off, it going hard just to pay y'all. Pay y'all. Yeah, I train like a troop do. In the rain, in the snow, dirt too. No excuses, gotta get it, gotta pay the price. Cause you can't make it to the top without sacrifice. One life, you know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, that's how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really, it's the moment Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really this motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, lifetime. It's the moment of a lifetime. One lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Wake up in the morning. Motivation. I'ma keep on coming, yeah. Motivation. Tell them keep on hating. Motivation. Tell them keep on hating. Motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime.
Welcome, everyone, back to First Stand 2025. Today marks the halfway point of the group stage.
Quick maths.
Here at Law Park in Seoul. Thank you. I'm Dracos. My hype man today is Azale.
He did that in his head.
I did that math. Bam. Halfway point. Technically, after the first series, we're only playing 10 best of threes, then we get to the best of fives. But Chronicle, you're also here.
I am also here. I love how
I've never
Azale dedicated hype man.
My boy Azale.
Where were you? That's
Also,
all I'm saying.
Chronicler's here.
Yeah. All I'm saying is Azale was there behind me, hyping me up for my basic math skills.
I was doing some ad-lib. I was going, yeah.
Okay, well.
He wasn't.
All right, look, ultimately, whether or not I have a hype man or an ad-lib man, First Stand is a short tournament. It's quick fire action, but let's take a quick moment to remind ourselves of how that format works and what we can expect in the days to come.
The tournament begins with a best-of-3 round-robin stage where each team will play once against all other teams. In this stage, each team will start 2 matches with the right of side selection and 2 without. At the end of the round-robin, the last team in the standings will be eliminated from the tournament. The remaining 4 teams will advance to the knockout stage, which will feature a single elimination best-of-5 bracket. The opening matches will pair the first seed against the 4th seed and the 2nd seed against the 3rd seed. These teams will battle it out to reach the finals, where we will crown the very first winner of the First Stand tournament, proving themselves to be the most versatile team in the world.
Is it gonna win us the game?
Of course.
The winning team will also secure a second bye for their region in MSI 2025 by passing play-ins and advancing directly to the bracket stage. All of Winter Split playoffs and First Stand will be played using Full Fearless draft mode. In Full Fearless, any pick champions are banned for the remainder of the match. This means in Game 2, there will be a total of 20 bans, 10 champions played in Game 1 and the 10 newly banned in Game 2. This trend continues throughout the series, and by Game 5, the total of 50 champions will be unavailable for play. Teams will be pushed to delve deeper into their champion pools, making the draft increasingly challenging as the series progresses. This unlocks exciting opportunities for creativity and showcases versatile gameplay.
I didn't even know that was possible.
I loved the actual video of the explainer. I think the guy voicing it can step it up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by
No,
it.
that could have been way better.
Yeah, Max, we need you
come
to be,
on.
You need to be fearless. Every time you use a word, I don't want to hear it again.
I can't even do it as a joke. I feel bad at me.
No,
This
Max
is why
has a great
everyone
voice.
roasts me.
Look,
there's no fallback.
Roasting Max is a nice bit of copium because it stops for one brief moment people roasting my region's representative, and that is KC. Because you can see at the bottom of the screen, upcoming matchups, it's looking tough. They're 0-2. There's a lot of teams looking all right. KC, the one team that are on the cusp of complete and total elimination, it will require some crazy upsets.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard. You already lost to, the teams that you're supposed to be in the mix with, right? TL, CFO, KC, those were the three that were really trying to stave off elimination. And now that you've lost the two kind of easy opponents, you've got some really tough matches next.
Yeah, it's always very telling to see how the discourse around the team changes. And I think after the TL series, there was still a lot of hope. And I think we've mostly moved on to cope from what I've seen, unfortunately. And obviously, theoretically, it's still
The
possible.
light faded from Dracos' eyes
but
after the CFO series.
With how particularly TS bounced back, it's just going to be really, really, really hard. And I'm sorry, Dracos. I tried to...
We're supposed to say they're playing for experience, and that's important, Mal. I don't need you to hit me with the reality. I need you to say something like the future. Think of the future, the experience that they'll have.
What is a world championship to the experience that K-Corp will gain here?
Okay, but look, speaking of experience, TES experienced a shellacking on day one and managed to turn it back. Strong win against TL. So it's not all doom and gloom. KC might be the only one in this camp right now. Kanavi, on the other hand, looking pretty great.
Yeah, Kanavi, day one versus HLE, had a really rough series, but he came back versus TL and he smoked them. Had a 10-kill Vi game, was really good in game 2 as well, and he was just such a difference maker for the team, so I think it's a confidence builder for him going forward.
And to me, the tournament thus far, the biggest individual gaps we've seen in a lot of the games, the real blows, have been in jungle, right? It's jungle and support to me that have kind of been running the show thus far. With how heavy the team fighting is, I think those two roles have the most agency, and we could very clearly see, not just for TES, but I think the example where the gap between loss and win was the biggest, how much more confident look when Kanavi gets to play his game.
Yeah, and when you spring up jungle champ pool as well, right? We talk about Fearless. We wanted to see what's going to change. Obviously, not just Fearless, also the removal of lane swaps and also a brand new patch, and that has left room for some old priority picks to finally start making it through pick and ban.
The biggest differences that we see now compared to any of the domestic splits is specifically the fact that Kalista and Skarner are actually getting through. And for Skarner, it makes a ton of sense because he did get nerfed, even though he still looks really good. And I think a lot of that is because the crowd has been put on Vi, where teams are like, okay, Skarner got nerfed. Vi has been a top-tier pick for so long, but I think leaving Skarner open and then picking Vi has not worked out because it's just so hard to try and dive into that champion.
Yeah, I also think it's really cool how people have been playing around Kalista. Both times it's been let through. Red side hasn't banned it out. They've laid a trap with Varus and been able to actually beat it. So both games it came through, it did lose. And I think that's really cool to see in Fearless, and especially going forward into best of fives. If you can pull off a trap like that and remove one of these must bans from Red side, you free yourself up for the rest of the series.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see how the meta evolves these next few days and what is going to change as we get closer to best of fives. But look, I'm not gonna, the F in first stand, it stands for fun. So we're going to, we're going to goof around a little bit. We've got a panel of incredible experts here. The fun stand. And last night, Laura and I put our brains together and tried to make you some of the greatest PowerPoints that you will regret presenting. But despite that, I want you to present them with all your heart anyway. You've never seen them. You have no idea what we're throwing at you. But I'm sure you'll do fine. You're going to do great. So, Isaiah, what do you got for us?
Can't do worse than K-Corp.
What are you presenting today?
Well, why LEC Finals convinced me K-Corp will win it all. When they played against Caps, you have to remember that Caps is one of the greatest players of all time. And if you've beaten Caps, you know that you're even better. I know what you're worried about, and it's not what you think. Calm down, take a deep breath. It's really nothing to concern about. And the thing that a lot of you are worried about is what does it mean? What is this name? Where does it come from? Can NA beat the fraud allegations? And the answer is a resounding yes. TL, having beat them, we can see Kalista versus Yan, one of the marquee matchups here that we've already seen. Get ready for some science. I am ready. I don't know about you guys. Okay. Age, a lot. Well, we can see that Kalista's over here at about 18. Jan, well, he's practically almost dead at this point. There's a lot of years between them, a lot of years to gain some experience for Kalista that he can take away. And if you think about it, you get experience from every loss you have, and Kalista's getting a lot of experience here at First Stand. And as I always say, people who know me know that I always say, I always say this, si Leo nen veut pas, ils ne vont pas dans mon équipe. Exactly.
Wow, it's profound.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I always say. And you have to, again, remember, with how good this guy is, he beat them. Vladdy beat Caps. Therefore, TES, no chance at all. I mean, it was easy for him. And jungle support, Vi and Rel, okay, we've got CFO, we've got HLE. We have 3 teams, and that equals the gold medal. Not sure how these calculations came together, but it does make sense if you take a moment and really internalize on it. The morale of this story here is that Kaliste will save you. You know, you just have to believe. Take a moment and bring Kaliste into your heart, and he can bring you to the promised land. He'll save EU. Merci. And let's be honest, EU does need some saving. So, Kaliste, let's get to work.
And some mercy, to be completely honest with you. Thank you, Isaac, for that profound insight into what's going on with Casey and why you were excited without watching any of First Stand thus far. Chronicler, what do you have for us?
That's a very good question. Hanwha Life, is it just doomed? Is there just no shot that this team is going to win it? Because many people think that Hanwha Life are the tournament favorites, and guess what? Those people? Wrong. Allow me to explain. Because based on the gameplay you've seen so far, this makes no sense, right? They are the LCK Cup champions, won many a Game 5, also reigning LCK champions, by the way, that they got, and they upgraded. Zeus, and he's been incredible thus far. 4 of these players, however, are incredible, and I'm kind of wondering now what's going to happen as we're going to investigate from right to left. Lives up to his name because he's a delight. Very straightforward. Love this dude. He's really carried EDG. That is definitely true.
That's hard to do.
That's 100%.
That's
yeah,
tough.
you know, EDG.
That's impressive.
That's an org that's really struggled.
That one makes sense
Zeka, carried Deft. Deft himself would have never won a world championship if it wasn't this guy.
Renowned is not a good player.
Peanut fans Halemus did not gut because they have nothing else good to say about this guy.
Oh, what's that last
Doesn't
one?
really. How did he know? I also don't know. Zeus, especially in Comic Sans, is extra damning, right? More like, this guy, is he really good? Is he not just overhyped? Was this really a good pickup? They can't believe he is still playing for us. You know, this is the guy that would just lock in TF all the time and lose his previous team games. Sorry, everyone, you're wrong. There's only a single player that can save Hanwha Life.
Is it
and
Beryl?
Guess what? Who do you think it is? Me. I really believe this, okay? Really, really do. I know that with Doran, they were able to win the LCK. Let's compare. I have never lost an international tournament. I have never lost a 3-6-9. I have lifted the World Trophy allegedly once when nobody was watching and later got in big trouble for it. I'm a known rule breaker and I cost the LCK every week. Both of us are incredibly skilled players because Zeus has lost games. You know, the solution is clear. Zeus is a fraud. That guy is not good. Get me in, coach. I'm telling you, there's no way this will backfire. The end.
Okay, Mal, we wanted to spare you a little bit since we put you
God.
especially on the spot. Isaac was going to flame Casey anyway. It was a little bit easier. Just gave him some tools to do it. So why don't you take a chance?
I appreciate that.
Just clear stop here. Nothing they had there as their fault. You know, if you want to flame Mal, you can, but not for that one.
Mal made his. It was just mine that I hadn't seen before.
But now for your actual analysis of why HLE are a good team, which I think lines up more with what the fans would expect.
Yeah, clearly, especially after their series against TS, I think the favorite to win the whole thing. And I want to talk specifically about the man who is indeed a delight, has been a player that's been on many people's radar for his engaged chance for a very long time, and for good reason. And I want to really highlight how he allows Hanwha Life to play the team fights the way that they did, because as you can see here, many players would just be waiting here and just standing guard, right? Because Alistair himself has a very easy time to try and keep people away, but he's already ahead of the play. The main goal for TES, as you can see here, is for them to get on top of Viper. Viper is the main target, so Cream is already moving in, as is 369. But because Delight knew he doesn't need to stand guard here, he needs to mark the cannon. And as we roll the clip, 369 very clearly looking. Zeka, by the way, does the same thing, forces Cream away, and then he gets the knock up. Viper gets away, has his trample stacking up. 369 has to E out, and this cannon getting on the backline is the only way he's going to get any value in this fight. Viper is completely safe, by the way, because Cream, even though he does get through, will be almost dead by the time he actually arrives. Peanut starts the fight. Delight gets the trample auto, immediate exhaust, and just to get close to Viper, 369 had to flash. And that's all because of Delight's marking, and then the fight is already looking good. Ends it with the flash W. And this isn't even in the top 3 of like most impressive plays that I've seen from Delight. His Alistair and his Rakan are absolutely incredible, but it shows why Humble Life, 2 games in a row against what looks like the second best team in the tournament, won a fight 5-0 from a relatively even game state.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is, you know, it's not in the top 3 of plays he's seen from Delight. It's not even the top 10 of plays he's seen from himself.
Yeah, that's really true. He didn't bring up Zayas at all in that replay. I just want to call it out. There might be some bit of a vendetta there.
Yeah, there's a reason why, because he didn't do anything good.
It would appear so.
He didn't do anything good at all.
So, of course, quick opportunity now for us to check in how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X. They're calling the match for HLE with a 77.9% of the vote. So far, the fans have not gotten a single prediction correct, 0% thus far. So we're hoping with K-Corp no longer an option in our daily fan prediction that the fans, you know, can snag a win. And hopefully this is a good chance. But K-Corp will play later today. We'll hope for the best for them as an EU pundit. I'm always wishing them the best. But for now, it's time to flip the game. CFO versus HLE. First stand, time to flip the game. CFO versus HLE. First stand, day 3 is starting now. Let's get into it.
Nice.
Woo!
경기가 끝난 뒤의 기쁨, 그리고 좌절. 지키기 위해, 뒤집기 위해 이제 진짜 승부처가 다가옵니다. 판을 뒤집으세요. 그리고 살아남으세요.
We know we're 0-2. We know we have the 2 hardest opponents left, and it should not matter to us. I think we just wanna play our game.
我觉得我们队现在这个磨合还没有到达最好吧，然后我觉得我们上限还没有发挥出来。我觉得我们队伍在大赛上可能第一场打得没有很好嘛，然后我们这场比赛胜利的话，让我们也热了热手嘛，然后更有自信了。
Yeah, I think Top Esports is a very strong team as well. They have very strong players, and yeah, I mean they also started the week with 1 loss, so we both might be like on the low end.
我觉得 KC 这支队伍新人比较多，然后上单从比赛上来看，就是个人实力还是蛮强的。
첫날, 둘째 날 성적이 좀 안 좋긴 한데 어쨌든 LEC 우승하고 온 거는 변함없고 잘하는 선수들이고 훌륭한 선수들은 맞잖아요.
后面赛程就是会赢下每一个我们碰到的对手。OK， 我这次全球清风赛来的目标就是夺冠。
일단은 LCK에서 사실 저희가 모든 다전제를 옷가락으로 치열하게 올라온 만큼 삐끗하면 졌을 수도 있고 사실 다른 팀들도 너무 잘한다고 생각하고 대회 초반에는 저희가 좀 강팀들을 상대로 이기기 좀 힘든 시기라고 생각을 했었는데
我觉得非常开心吧，因为毕竟是我第一次参加国际赛，然后首战就能取得胜利，我觉得是一个非常难忘的经验吧。我觉得会让大家知道 LCP 可能不是一个那么弱的赛区，我们是一个非常有竞争力的赛区，会让大家重新认识我们吧。
생각보다 많이 강하고 네, 충분히 강팀들을 상대로 이길 수 있는 팀이라는 거를 점점 느껴가지고 CF를 많이 만나보지는 못했지만 되게 봤을 때 되게 다양한 전략을 좀 사용하는 걸로 알고 있어서
这支队伍应该是这是这个第一阶段那个挑战赛最强的队伍，对，就跟他们打的话，就觉得不求输赢吧，就希望能把游戏内容做好，也能跟宙斯打嘛，所以蛮期待打起来的画面会长怎么样。
저희 팀이 어떤 위기를 맞아도 결국에는 우승할 수 있는 팀이라고 믿기 때문에 꼭 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
正常来讲应该会压力很大，因为就觉得这队伍很强。但因为我看了很多书嘛，那个内容都是如何不要有压力，所以 说实话，跟他们打之后，我的想法都很乐观，就是
Viper 你小心一点，我会一直去下路杀你。
오랜만에 만나서도 그렇고 상대 팀에 있는 게 그렇게 익숙지 않아서 그런데 윤자 이번에도 내가 이길게.
Viper 选手，感谢你在EDG 的时候教了我很多，但我们这次会击败你。
Hello and welcome to First Stand. We are here once again. It is day 3. I am Valdez today, joined by Kobe, and we are getting ready for Life Esports up against CFO, the Flying Oysters. We are getting ready for this awesome match. How are you feeling today, Kobe?
I'm excited. I mean, the CFO are definitely huge underdogs, but they did have a really good day yesterday, so excited to see what they can do here.
Yeah, it's definitely a big matchup. You could see that in our opening video. A lot of these players are excited to go up against the guys on Life Esports, you know, particularly talking about wanting to play up against Zeus, certainly one of the bigger names in the top lane. So it feels like, according to the papers we have, you know, Life Esports should be the big favorites coming into this one. But CFO did look very strong yesterday. It was against KC, who are struggling, but I am curious to see what their level will be like today.
And that guy, that kid right there, the 17-year-old, by the way, because everyone was talking about Junja yesterday, and rightfully so. But I feel like Hankyu had a really good set, especially on the Taliyah, you know, and he's facing a world champion in his lane, so he also, you know, really looking forward to this matchup. Excited to see what they can do in draft as well. You know, this is the team that does rotate their top lane, and so we'll see what kind of tricks they're able to pull off, usually starting out with Rest. He has a very high potential to pick Kasante, by far most pick champion for them to start out their Fearless drafts with. And then we also saw Driver followed up with the clean Scion dance after their win as well. So definitely a fun team.
Yeah, no, it's a really fun team to watch, and I think that going into that match against KC, we weren't 100% sure who was going to take it. Were KC going to step up to the plate? Were CFO going to be a strong team? And I feel like because CFO did win, it makes this matchup just that much more exciting, because it actually does feel like, especially because Life Esports kind of did beat down on Top Esports, that they're such huge favorites at this time. We're looking for someone to try to step up to this team. So will it be CFO? I mean, even as an LCK representative, I do want to see someone actually challenge them, because right now it feels like Life are kind of just sleepwalking through the tournament.
I kind of said something similar, you know, what you're doing for LCK right now, where, you know, when NA was playing EU, I was like, oh, yeah, I kind of want to see it go to a game 3. But, you know, you're like, yeah, I don't want to see them actually lose, though.
Yeah.
You want to see some good games. HLE, though, like you're saying, obviously, extremely strong start, and they were already coming in as tournament favorites.
Yeah, they definitely were. And, you know, one thing for Life Esports, I have seen them lose a lot. They have gone to a lot of Game 5s as we are moving into our Champion Select, powered by Omen HyperX. And getting ready for this first game, the Skarner ban on the blue side from the side of Life Esports, and the Zyra targeting out Junjia right away. This guy was a monster when he played in that match against KC.
Yeah, and I know Chronicler would even be happy that, because Peanut can also not pick the Zyra now. He is not a big fan of Peanut on the Zyra. So even a little bit of self-protection, you know, sometimes you're able to go for that. But the Sejuani Maokai have been really big topics along with the Skarner, because the tank junglers have found so much success. So, you know, Chawi on the side here of CFO also doing his part, taking out the Sejuani on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. The Leona going to be banned away here, so even Kaiwing getting a look, as the Leona was quite good. I am curious about what this final ban will be. You see that the Kalista did get banned out, even though it is not having a ton of success. But yeah, there's that Maokai you were talking about.
Yeah, I had my eyes, you know, on the junglers specifically for this one. Peanut has been such a good engage for this team. Regardless, it leaves a lot up for top lane. And Zeus on a Rumble, they slam the first pick.
Yeah, the Rumble's really strong. It gets banned on red side in a decent amount of regions as well, so the fact that it just gets slammed down here, it's going to have a good matchup into the Cassante if it does get locked in here by Rest, which he might just do it anyway because it is Cassante after all. The Vi also very much ready and available, so we'll see if Jinja does want to pick that up.
Yeah, Vians and Zhao, a couple of these AD jungles we're now kind of looking at since a lot of the tanks have been knocked down. And we are going to get the Hongq Azir here. What do we want to pair this one up with? Do we want to snag jungle here pretty early on? Or try and go AD carry? There we go. Ezreal, so much priority on the range for this champion. Provides you a lot of versatility. So a lot of teams highly prioritizing these two carries, because these are the two carries that are highly mobile. And if you're staring at a Rumble, you already want to be mobile with your carries so you can get off the Rumble ultimate. And immediately HLE, the Vi you mentioned, they want to keep those carries in place, lock them down. And my goodness, we get the Zeka Yone, so it's definitely going to be scary for all parties involved.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at this draft, this is a How Life Esports God tier draft. But the thing is, I don't think it does very well into what CFO have already, right? It's very hardcore dive, full committal into two mobile carries, like you were saying, and they can just draft more passivity, more disconnection on the side of CFO, more disengage. They're going to go for the Wukong for some ability to create some more space for their carries.
Okay, Jinja is a Jinja favorite here, one of those carry jungle champs. So we'll see if he can get done on the Wukong. Wukong, obviously, you know, trying to get to the level 6 at a little bit slower. Personally, I'm very scared since Yone's already like a good kill champion into Azir, and then it's Zeka's Yone into your Azir. So, you know, good luck, 17-year-old Hongq in that matchup. Definitely looks to be scary. We'll see about whittling down that AD carry pool, though, since, of course, HLE, since they wanted to jump on the Yone before it got banned away, it does mean Viper's going to be the one that has to take the hit in the champ pool. Thankfully, Viper has a very deep champion pool, and so it seems like he should be fine. With the Ezreal, though, on their side, I mean, a lot of people have been taking the Kai'Sa into it, and since Kai'Sa already thrives with dive comps, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now, but
yeah.
we'll see if CFO feel the same way.
I think it's definitely a good shout. I do like the fact that without lane swaps, we've been seeing a lot more 2v2 kind of, you know, early ganks in the bottom lane, trying to get your bottom lanes ahead and really focusing on 2v2 matchups specifically. And the Kai'Sa doesn't necessarily do amazingly in that, but they're still going to take it away because it's so good with the comp, and that's definitely a good shout there, Kobe, as Ornn also banned away here from Rest.
Nice, you know, they could recognize that CFO are just trying to build a really standard team comp, and so they want to take out some of those extra tools there. So not going to have that very easy to execute engage. What we're going to go with here instead. I mean, Ezreal is such a flexible AD carry because you can pair it with like Karma and go double, you know, poke on bottom lane, or you can go for the engage supports. And usually Kaiwing likes engage, but that Karma that I mentioned is going to be the go-to. So have some strong poke early on.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely been seeing Kaiwing playing a lot of melee engage. That has been the meta for quite a while, but this duo, this 2v2 with the Ezreal Karma is so very strong, especially with a bunch of bans, especially towards that Varus that could have done a decent job into this. So very curious to see what Viper and Delight will respond with here, as they got to do something that can survive in the 2v2, but also does well with the comp, as the Ashe is going to be picked up. Definitely a nice choice.
Yeah, Ashe still really strong, and I love the Hawk shot as well to really enable Peanut here in the early game. Let's see, Delight definitely going to look for some more engage here since they are, you know, pretty heavy with it. Ashe Arrow going to be able to set up so much for this team. I feel like HLE are just going to slam it forward. Yeah, they actually get Delight's Recon.
Yeah.
That was still up.
I mean, so much was available for Delight here.
Yeah, Delight's Recon and Zeka's Yone here. I am very scared for CFO.
Yeah, this is, again, Life Esports kind of just getting whatever they wanted. You know, he could have played Alistair, but the Rakan just a little bit stronger in the lane. I think, you know, they're just totally playing for team fights, though, and that is what this team does. What is this final pick, as it's Alistair to be picked here for the bottom lane, as the Karma will be flexed?
Yeah. So, you know, yeah, Kaiwing does have that proclivity for the engaged, you know, melee support, and so they are going to rotate it up to the top side here, the Karma for Rest instead. see how this turns out, because HLE, they have very, very heavy dive, so they can push the pace of this game very quickly if they do get that lead. As well, the Hawkshot's so good here at being able to control the jungle matchup, and since, you know, Junja is such a big, critical part for CFO, it's gonna really kind of hinder the plays that he starts up, because so many CFO plays really do follow him.
Yeah, it definitely does, and I think that Peanut will be looking for some early pressure on this Vi. Certainly looking for something towards the bottom lane to try to get Viper ahead, to try to get him into a good spot, especially with the power taken out of the bottom lane and being put into the top side with the Karma Flex.
Yeah, I like how in the opener too, they had Junja say, hey, Viper, I am coming to gank bottom. I'm coming to gank bottom over and over and over. I love when junglers make their call like that really early on, because you play the mind game of like, am I actually gonna fully, you know, come
Did he
gank?
mean it?
Yeah, am I actually gonna fully, you know, gank you or not? And honestly, yeah, I think it definitely would be a viable target, but all of these lanes are kind of viable targets for them to go to.
Yeah.
Thing is, though, Wukong not very good at ganks pre-6, so might be a bit delayed on that timeline.
Yeah, we'll look at what these lanes look like as well, as we get the fan chants already. You can hear the Humble Life Esports one was much louder. Makes sense since we are here in Wall Park.
That is really weird.
Yeah, I know. Very strange. You know, I thought we'd have more fans come over here to cheer on for the Flying Oysters. And, you know, they did their best. They had a nice little fan chant, but unfortunately, Humble Life Esports, a lot of fans here in Korea that have come down to watch them play this match. And yeah, just a very scary comp here from Humble Life Esports. You know, you mentioned the Rakan. We've been talking a lot about Delight's Alistair nowadays. That one actually left up, and so that one did go over to CFO. Remember, this is Fearless, so now Delight doesn't get to play Rakan into Alistair potentially, so that's a nice little thing from the draft that CFO do get at least.
All right, so Deep Vision does go down. They got their Raptor Pit ward, CFO that is, as well as Zeka getting kind of the mirror there. So both of them going to know, presumably, junglers starting on their blue quadrants. And that means that Junja actually won't be early ganking bottom. Contrary to what he said in the video of the opener, he is going to path away from bottom lane.
He has crafted a fabrication.
Genius.
Doggo is taking a bit of harass here because Kaiwing can't do much except put his head into the Rakan, who's not really going to care about it. The tempo heal used as well. Tempo ignite used by Kaiwing. And now Delight going to eat a Mystic shot, and he's going to have to back away real quick. But really trying to put on the pressure, hit the level 2 here was Viper and Delight. It kind of did go awry there toward the very end, but still are able to hit level 2 first.
Yeah, they're trying to take advantage of the really weak level 1 for Alistar, but pretty good defense there for CFO, giving some good trades as they get pushed in. Regardless, though, I'm very curious here because Peanut started his Wolves, fully does his blue quadrant, and he's going to be the one that is heading bottom. So we'll see like how extreme this trading gets onto the bottom side of the map, because it is going to be junglers obviously pathing towards opposite quadrants.
Yeah, I mean, Viper and Delight, they put on a decent amount of pressure, but it does look like Rakan, Delight here is going to go for an early back, so not putting on all too much more. You mentioned the Yone into Azir, the first pick on red side Azir for the side of Hongkyu. He is very much a guy who plays standard mid lane picks. He will play a lot of Azir. He can play stuff like Mel and these control mages, Victor, nowadays in the meta. So they really tried to prioritize his matchup in Azeka, but they left the Yone available. So pretty interesting. We'll see if it works out for him.
Yeah, Yone looking for a lot of kill pressure onto the Azir. You know, once they get their level 6s, and the Vi gets the level 6 as well. Might have both junglers even looking around to try and influence that matchup, because it does heavily sway basically on kill pressure in lane. Thus far, though, in the early stages, doing just fine there for Hongkyu.
Zeka trying to, oh, he's going to get a nice ward there in the Raptors. Could be pretty nice, as we do have Jinja making his way, and Kaiwing is here, level 3, looking for a dive on Azeus here. The wave not in position just yet. And so I'm not sure if this will actually work out. The back is being channeled already. And you can see that Zeus is doing a good job of just actually trying to take the 1v1 here against Rest, which generally is not going to go too well for him. But still is able to push him away from the wave and also thin out the wave a little bit. Not able to do it enough, though, as now here comes the entire party. The flash on into Zeus. He's just going to flash away up the wave, as now the Harpoon here on the rest, but he's still in a 1v3. We do have Peanut trying to make his way up, but I think it's going to be a little bit too little too late. This should be First Blood onto one of these guys. Is finally the level up, but it doesn't matter. First Blood does go over to Jinja, and again, this guy is making impact right at the beginning of the game.
Oh, here we go, though.
Honkyu! Oh, no, he's the one getting bullied. He's only 17, getting dove under the turret 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Delight says, well, that roam timer for support, I'm not going to get outdone. I'm going to make use of mine as well, and goes to the Zeka matchup here. That is rough because Honkyu also flashed. So in that scenario, no, he was like staring death right in front of him, but also burning the flash means there will for sure be repeat plays towards mid lane from HLE. But to start it out, it was CFO who strike first. And the first roam timer there from Kaiwing, so often going with Jinja. You know, they're so coordinated there with their jungle support, always trying to meet up, and you know, they send Kaiwing for the outside timing. It's just that Zeka, once again, I mean, he had constantly had pressure in the early stages of this lane phase, and so constantly pushing in and chunking out Honkyu, and Delight here with his Recon was able to make good on it, and they have since, you know, recalled Viper and sent up to the other side. So the later stage lane swap here for HLE after.
Yeah, relatively common nowadays. You want to play for those first set of Void Grubs and get yourself ahead. Zeus on the Alistair should be okay to at least farm under the turret. Not going to be under too much pressure. But you called it out very early on. This mid lane might be one of the big ones where we have a lot of stories going on, a lot of 1v1ing, and a lot of pressure onto Honkyu when Delight does come up, as the Grubs have been started. But now Jinja looking for a play on the bottom side potentially, as the Equalizer will be used to thin out the wave. And that should stop the dive from happening right now, but he could look at it in just a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because HLE had the ward on Dragon, and since they are on Grubs and they had vision of Dragon, they're like, okay, Zeus, you know, there's probably extra pressure coming your way because they're not like trading immediately. So Zeus, really nice job there. Ults the wave, he clears it out, he gets out of there this time, so he doesn't allow himself to be that target. And because of the timing window, fully Grubs are already done, and since CFO kind of looking for that, they didn't go for the Dragon and try and immediately burn it down. And when the extra experience of Grubs is just so big for junglers, so Peanut already to the level 6 here on Vi, and so it is just full power, and they're going to get both of the first neutral objectives for HLE, which, if we go back to Champ Select, and we're talking about the power of this HLE comp to push the timings of this game with their dive potential, them getting both of the first early neutral objectives is really scary for CFO, because you know, they are really going to be facing an onslaught as we transition into the mid game. You know, Viper's already got his arrow as well, so just so many ways for HLE to force their plays now.
And now Doggo kind of be left alone here, has to take a big chunk of damage. And yeah, certainly, I mean, when you look at the draft, the Karma flex up to the top side, they did get a kill onto Zeus, but that was really just because Alistair roamed up there and exists in the game. This, wow, the arrow going to be put into Kaiwing here. Just a bit of a harass arrow as Kaiwing will be pushed away, as Viper really wants to lock down this lane. But yeah, that flex Karma not really doing it for me just yet, as it even looks like, it feels like Zeus is just dominating him in lane, even though he lost he gave up a kill already.
Yeah, the CFO team, we'll see what they can do later. Of course, you know, with Jinja actually getting the kill credit, it's like, well, that's kind of where they do want their money at least, and they want him to be the big carry Wukong, so we'll keep our eyes on that one for them. But as you said as well, the bottom lane, you know, Viper opts to just use his first arrow for lane dominance and health trade. But Peanut's up top side, and there's the ult.
Yeah, there we go. That's the Rumble and the Vine. You see Jinjez here. He's like, what do? I can't go in. I can't really get out here, as now he doesn't quite have the clone. Has to go for the Cyclone as now we see Hongkyu is making his way up, maybe trying to look for a 2v2, but Junja is already so low. Hongkyu gonna push them over the wall. Peanut is quite low himself. The last hit, he is gonna take down the jungler of CFO, and now Hongkyu all alone, and even Seka's gonna get the first roam on up as he does come in and clean up the kill. So CFO trying to help out their brothers, but instead they just gave over more kills.
Oh, Valdez, you called it right before too. You're not a big fan of the Karma up on top side. They immediately kill it. Peanut uses ult. Okay, well, this train is not going to stop either because Zeka still gets 2 turret plates off of mid lane. Even though the Yone wasn't there at the very beginning, the Yone is the richest one, the biggest gold difference on the team. And it's Zeka Yone getting so close to Blade of the Ruined King, like you just completely turned into a different champion. Yeah, all right, let's take another look at it because it was a nice move from Peanut up through the pre-existing control ward there. And it's just that ultimate combination that we mentioned in highlight there from Champ Select. They're immediately able to get the lead. And since they got such a big health lead chasing Junja into the jungle, even though Hongkyu rotated first, it didn't matter. Peanut is able to get his auto attack off here with the E resets as the flash goes off. And so your auto attack is still going to do the damage because the flash didn't get break vision there. And so he gets that, plus he got the shield from passive, came back up. And so huge stuff here for HLE.
Yeah.
Again, they're coming in, you know, as really big tournament favorites, but does look like this one, they are on the warpath. Look at that very quick mountain of gold.
Yeah, the gold difference here, powered by AWS. We have skyrocketed into, well, the sky, as Hololive Esports have taken a massive lead in this early game. We're only 10 minutes in. They're more than 2,000 gold ahead.
All right.
Maybe this is the opportunity, as that is not support Karma, but still she's only got a lost chapter. Can she do anything? As here comes the equalizer. Rest is already almost dead as Peanut and Viper are here. And they're even going to use the cease and desist into Doggo as there's nowhere for him to go. They hand over the kill to Viper as it was bad, and now it's just getting worse, Kobe.
Okay, so if this HLE rocket was in the sky about 30 seconds ago. We're surpassing the ozone layer very quickly, and we're going to be in outer space, I think, by like 15 minutes, maybe?
Yeah. We're in the stratosphere now.
Maybe 20 minutes. CFO, though, trying to get some gold wherever they can. Of course, you know, you're going to lose a lot of objectives after you lose, you know, multiple players, you know, in the same sequence. So, yes, it is going to be a very quick 6 grubs for HLE. And Zeus was able to mine some turret plate money off the bottom side by a very quick rotation from HLE. So it's like, it's not only are HLE getting these big wins in these skirmishes and outplaying there, but they are also then making the most of it so quickly with their map rotations and mining money off of turret plates. So that's why the gold is ballooning so quickly. But as you said, Zeus just walks into the alcove, and it's an alcove of death here for CFO. Peanut recognized that Rest was already dead, so no need to ult him. Uses the ult for Doggo, and like a good jungler, Peanut left the kill to Viper. Here you go, on a silver platter. Immediately, as we said as well, Zeus then went to the bottom side and made the most of it, getting money there. So, I mean, this is a lot of gold very quickly.
Yeah, will CFO get their first objective? That is the question on my mind at this point in time. The feats have already gone over to Hololive Esports as they have gotten the first 3 objectives, both sets of grubs and the first dragon, alongside of all the kills, of course. But they really want just the one dragon, but Delight's presence alone is enough to push them away, at least for now. We'll see if CFO actually do make a play for this dragon and stake their claim over this one. Hololive Esports might just give it over and say, hey, we want the turret instead, but Peanut is keeping watch.
Yeah, I wouldn't give anything.
Oh, gonna hit the clone. He's clone here, but at the same time, you're not gonna have that engaged now as they go in onto the Wukong, and there's just nowhere for him to go. They just go all in onto him, and the follow-up is there. I even can't get away from Viper, but Viper will let him go. CFO Hongkyu, he's trapped. He wants to make something of this. He goes in for the sweep as now maybe something, maybe one kill can go over to CFO, but the answer is absolutely not in this fight at least, as Rest also will be baited into it and goes down. The 0-3 Karma and the 0-3 Azir. We're not feeling too good about that right now.
Avert your eyes, it's a bloodbath. It is not going to get easier to watch from here.
Oh,
it
boy.
is brutal. HLE will take from them everything. They will not give a single thing over to CFO. Thankfully, CFO did get their first blood at the very beginning of the game onto Zeus. So they have something on the scoreboard, but the map will quickly fall into HLE hands here as Peanut counter jungles while the rest of the players take away some towers and some extra territory.
So he's just watching them. He's like, how dare you?
Yeah. Lining it up, and then you get, once again, the Vi and Rumble combination. The ultimates both used on Jinja. They're trying to take him down so he can't stick around for a smite fight or anything like that. It was very clear, the call from HLE to go for the fights, not let any health bar of the dragon get low for any smite fights or anything like that. And nobody is going to be able to make any counter plays here as well. So very rich HLE and full objectives for them as well. Let's see what else they can get.
That really is the question at this point in time, as we do see the damage that has been done in the last fight. Like, Honkyu did do a little bit, but unfortunately, the main thing that he did was just kind of bait rest into doing more and getting in there and dying once again. You can see the plate gold difference going heavily in HaMaLife Esports' favor, as they have been given the majority of the plates in this one. As now, CFO trying to fight over this area of the map as well, maybe looking for the Rift Herald, but you see HaMaLife Esports going in for the fight once again. They want Jinja, they're not quite going to get him as he does get out here, but the follow-up in onto Honkyu, and that's a Yone. Zika's like, thank you very much, I'll get into that fight if you'd like me to. As the sweep came in, he just goes back to his Unbound Soul, and CFO just have to run away injured. As
They spy a bird.
They do spy a bird here, as Honkyu should be going down as well. And you can see this lane economy snapshot powered by MasterCard. It's just growing larger and larger for the side of HaMaLife Esports. As Zeka is just killing a turret in top. They don't even need him for the fight in the jungle.
CFO, they did kill Peanut, though.
They did.
They did kill Peanut. That was a shutdown.
They doubled their kills.
That's what you have to do when the games are like this and they're just running out of control. You just got to focus on one at a time, try and get one shutdown at a time. They're able to get a one right there at least. It will be a long, long journey back to an even plateau for the goal differences, but you have to start every journey with one step, Valdez. And the first step is going to be try and run away. So we go to the replay here as we see them attempt that. Nice little flank here through the river. It was nice focus as well once again. They initially were trying to chunk Jinja out of the team fight, the Wukong. Zika then was able to follow through, and when they saw Honkyu flash over, Zay says, I'm not done. That Azir flashed over, but he spies him from the bush. He's a bird watcher.
Yeah.
Zay's got out his binoculars. They found him. Thankfully, though, for CFO, they at least got some money, and the shutdown did go over to Karma.
And by the way, Honkyu's just dying in live as this is happening. That is now his 5th death, unfortunately, for our young rookie player here from the LCP. He is getting bullied by HaMaLife Esports in Lal Park. I guess you could say you had a fun experience at least, or you have your like little bucket list. You can check that off, but it's not going to feel great for the side of Honkyu, because Zeka, he's playing as Yone. He's 3,000 gold ahead, 17 minutes in, and the game just kind of feels done and dusted. We'll see if CFO have a way back into this one, but it's 8,000 gold to lead, and we'll see how Honkyu died this time.
Zeka this time was bird watching from the brush. He goes in, and we saw an Ash Arrow kind of make a little preview across the screen there too. But Zeka says, don't need it, all on my own. Able to finish that one off again, and Yone does not get less scary inside lanes as the game goes on, and he's extremely rich, so everybody will be fearing for their lives on CFO when they venture out from under their towers. HLE, again, as we said, just have so much engaged that they're kind of built to push these games so quickly and farm kills, but Kaiwing wants to go back to the snap
You see Zeka actually tried to Q3 over the wall there. Kaiwing is going to headbutt him back into the Cyclone, but that's just a dead Wukong instead. Zeka going 1v4. Surely he goes down here to these three as he gets a three-man knockup once again and finally a sweep and rest. They finally take down the Yone as Delight is side lane pushing with his buddies as they look for more and more objectives.
It's okay though. That's shutdown number 2, Valdez. They got another one. Zeka is good for 1 in the 4v1, you know, as he kills Jinja, who went back over with very low HP. And you already kind of mentioned that their base took a little hit, a slight hit.
It's just one inhibitor out of the 3, so you know it's not even more than half.
It's a little drafty down there being open, but Peanut caught on the blue buff.
Yes, caught.
Really caught?
Totally caught unawares here as his brothers Viper and Delight help him out. We got the TP coming in. Doggo is just pretty much dead beat in this one. Dies to the Vi as meanwhile Viper's kiting out against 2. It just gets worse from here as even Zeka is adding insult to injury. They didn't need Zeus this time as he was just TPing to the top side. They look for the Karma as well. Rest probably survives here, I say, as in goes Peanut flashing for the kill onto Rest. He is not done just yet as Peanut will go down and Rest will survive for now.
That's one of those plays where it's like, well, if Delight's going to flash for it, then I'm going to flash for it too. Let's go, man. It is a solo lane Karma and is able to survive under the tower there with a little bit of a leash. But in the end, more blood, Valdez. That's the takeaway. More blood for the blood god here in this game.
At least we have action in this one with Hanwha Life Esports really upping the pace. You can see they try to take out Zeka, and they do eventually get him.
Yeah.
But not without some blood.
There were honey fruit in the river, but he decided to go over and try and jump on that fight. They really wanted this kill, and they do get it. And again, that's the second shutdown. The second shutdown that also went to the Karma.
Yeah.
And then, as you know, Karma's going to end up getting another kill in either the next replay or as this replay goes super long on Peanut as well.
Yeah.
So, Valdez, you didn't like the Karma up the top lane, but looks to me like the Karma's getting a lot of kills.
Yeah, getting real fed in this one.
Answer me that, huh?
We were not going to play the replay where the Karma gets the kill. We were just going to avoid that one. She's getting a little bit too strong. The Otacon did go over to Hanwha Life here as is expected. As meanwhile, just Viper, you know, he's got a low cooldown on that. He's like, I might as well put it on cooldown. I'll have it back up in 30 seconds anyway. As, you know, CFO were able to push top a little bit. They got something on the map, so there is that. As I'm sure they're going to be thinking they're lucky stars that the Baron has not yet spawned. Because I think Hanwha Life would just take it if it were there.
Yeah, nice little pushback there. We got the Otacon, the flowers as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of experience leads, as you can see, by our XP plus level, powered by AWS on the side there. They're also going to have a lot of extra damage from those flowers. So let's see what they can do with that damage. First step, take over the jungle behind Baron as we prep the rift.
I love how CFR are not backing down from anything. Kaiwing's like, you want to go? Let's fight, buddy. As meanwhile, 3 people are going to get ulted by Zeka, and it just doesn't matter as he's just flexing on them right now. A little bit of aura farming, I guess, but at the end of the day, he just backs away. Nobody was able to follow up. The equalizer was not used by Zeus, and it just looked cool. As meanwhile, they're just pushing mid. Zeka maybe looking for a bit more, but he doesn't have his ult anymore. That we know.
We do know that.
They got that out of him.
No Zeka ultimate for now. How do we punish that? Well, he just used his E as well.
Yeah. There was an opportunity there with the top
Maybe
Karma.
type in all chat, hey, duel me now at my own base under tower.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the one to... Oh, he's actually going to go bird watching again.
1v1.
Hide on bush.
I won't bring my
Classic
whole
strategy.
team. Yeah. Hide on bush. Zeka has learned. Oh, no.
It is the bird.
It is the bird. And, you know, the Yone ultimate cooldown is pretty low. Zeka might not even need it, but the golden arm guard is going to come out here as now. Zeka, did he get baited into the fight by himself? As meanwhile, Zeus and Viper are also coming up here. And Jinja is like, okay, I have escorted my team away from this one. We want to back away. But here comes Delight, and now the equalizer is pretty nice on top of Rest, and Honku. Honku is so low in this one, and Doggo, he eased over the wall as the fight is very much broken up. Junja is going to be going down as well. 3 people left, and the ult is back up here for Zeka, and he's gonna catch Rest as well. Honku just trying to get away from this one, just trying to survive, but Zeus says, no, I want more blood. I haven't had enough kills here. As he picks up his 5th, I think Hololive Esports will just take the Nexus now, Kobe.
Okay, so no Baron in this game. No Baron at all. HLE looking to take a dominant game number 1.
Yeah, this one was a game of League of Legends that we did have. 12,000 gold the lead as Hololive Esports dominates CFO here in game number 1. It was an absolute crushing defeat. We'll see if they can come back in game number 2.
Yeah, if CFO, they can take solace in the fact that HLE are probably going to dominate a lot of teams at this tournament and a lot of games.
Absolutely. Hololive Esports, the favorites. They prove it again here in game number 1 with a dominant victory. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with game number 2.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Here, Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hungry.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
This is something that speaks to conscience. Yeah. And I'ma keep it 100 regardless. Yeah. If you feel the connection, we bonding. Yeah. All together now. The only one I'm competing with is me. Don't hate me, great and go, that is so cute. 1440 in a day.
Use intercourse of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy, easy. Okay, you great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
Maybe try to look for a 2v2, but Junja is already so low. Hankyu gonna push him over the wall. Peanut is quite low himself. Oh, last hit, he is gonna take down. Almost dead as Peanut and Viper are here. And they're even gonna use the cease and desist into Doggo as there's nowhere for him to go. They hand over the kill to Viper. We got the TP coming in. Doggo is just pretty much dead meat, and this one dies to the bias. Meanwhile, Viper's kiting it out against two. It just gets worse from here as even Seka is adding insult to injury. They didn't need Zeus this time.
Welcome back to First Stand 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Isaac. Where HLE is coming off of a decisive win. There's not a strong enough word in the English language for how decisive that was. Decisive is the closest we can get. Dominant.
It's a shellacking.
So there you go.
It's a shellacking. That's unfortunately what we just witnessed as that game went off the rails very quickly, unfortunately for CFO, despite their best attempts at shutting out the man that I involuntarily trash talked.
Yeah, it's true.
That was kind of weird that you did that.
That was really weird that you did that authentically with no other context needed. But as a reminder, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Zeus reminds us why he's a two-time world champion, and Chronicler is just a cast.
It's like they always say, those who can't do, cast.
Anyway, as we get into the red fire, we're seeing the value of the Vi still come through here. And particularly the ebb and flow of these fights, I think for Humble Life to do better, even than any team in the LCK, where getting the most out of the cooldown value, really doing nicely on the overlap there initially as well. And that right there is also a peak example of why we still see the Vi priority be as high as it is, because when you sync up with your teammates well, like, what can you actually do there as rest, right? Like, you get ulted, the Rumble Equalizer comes on top, and you're just dead.
Did you notice that? Not only is he flaming Zeus earlier, now he's flaming all the other Vi players.
Yeah.
If only you play well, then the Vi is good.
He agreed. You're not even.
Are you guys? Do you guys feel like this is a personal attack that says more about you than about me?
No, it definitely says more about me, at least, very least. It does. All claims of good Vi performances are a personal attack, or at very least an attack on EU. But Zeus, it wasn't just one play. Look, it was an entire, like, the entire game was a highlight reel for HLE, but Zeus kind of stood above, and we saw this across just about every single fight. He was always making this Rumble pick work, despite laning into this Karma.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he withstood the early game very, very well. The first couple levels are always going to be the most difficult, and he is just making them look silly. So many sidesteps here. The rest of his team comes in. They're even able to donate the kill over to Viper, and that skirmish there truly felt like the beginning of the end.
And this is also something that Humble Life actually had to adjust to, because Peanut had played with Doran together for so long, and we kind of saw the inverse as well, funnily enough, at T1, is that playing towards Zeus, they went for an early lane swap as well, not obviously from the beginning, but to take him out of that Karma matchup for a little bit. Not that he was struggling too much, but that Karma really did feel, because we actually love the other Karma.
Yeah.
And then they swapped away from it. It's like when you try to go one step too far and trying to outmind your opponent.
Yeah, I feel like they got a little bit too clever, because you took what would have been a pretty heavily winning 2v2 away from, Doggo, who's been kind of their wing con for a lot of the year, I feel like. So, Junja had been attacking bot lane a lot. You get the winning 2v2. Maybe you can dominate through that. That felt like a good thought process. And then I think they got hyper-focused on, but this is so clever. We can move the Karma top. This is, a traditional lane counter to the Rumble. We'll dominate there. And, it'll just kind of work out from that spot. But he never even really got much of a CS advantage. And it felt like by level 6, it was Zeus that was already winning the trades, and they were dead even in farm.
And I think Hayden, our stats guy, said it best. It's like, you can cook whatever you want against the HLE God comp, but it's still HLE playing their God comp. Experience is something we brought up earlier today. They got a lot of experience in this composition. It's a tough it's tough to adjust to this. It's tough to be able to match up with that. Clearly it wasn't enough. They got cute, they got clever. We look ahead towards game 2. CFO on blue side, see how they can adapt. And for sure, Peanut is a guy that I have my eye on in game 2 because the Vi diff was real.
And this is including the game that Kanavi, what was it,
10-0-7 or something like that?
Yeah, and this is still the average. And for me, obviously part of it is it's Peanut. He is an exceptional jungler, has been running the LCK really for a good amount of time, has always been contesting for, well, obviously a lot of titles, but even...
When the Vi does more damage than the Ezreal, you know the game went well.
Yes, but particularly Humble Life, and they were doing this from the beginning as well, I think are still very clearly respecting the Skarner, and that for me is the big difference. As we saw in the draft earlier as well, that Skarner ban means that they can prioritize that Vi. I think Humble Life have already shown that if that Skarner is open, they probably wouldn't have picked that themselves, instead preferring the counter matchup. And Vi in the right situations with the right combos, and in this case both Equalizer and Yone allow that, it's just so hard to play into once it gets rolling.
Look, game 1 was a slaughter. We're hoping for mental reset for CFO. They get blue side. Generally, people are still on the same page that blue side is at least looking a little bit stronger. What adaptations do you make? Is it just forget game 1 happened, adapt to game 2? What would you guys like to see more of?
I mean, it's always really hard, in these situations because HLE is so heavily favored that most things you do are just not going to look good because they are so hard to play against. That being said, I always prioritize in situations like this when you're the underdog. Go towards extreme comfort, just try to get scrappy and see if you can get some early kills and help that, snowballs you into a win.
For me, as you're saying, there's so much you have to try and fix. I don't think tunnel too much on trying to put Zeus down because experience has learned that it doesn't really work. Instead, go to comfort and try to play towards your own strengths as opposed to trying to take out Humble Life because there's so many players on this team that can take over games.
Certainly feels like the case. When in doubt, comfort is king. Will CFO manage to turn it around? Let's send it to the casters for the call.
Maybe they should put in Mao.
Thank you guys for that breakdown. It wasn't a very nice game to break down. It was a lot of beatdown from one side. There wasn't a lot of strategy involved because one side had a giant hammer and the other side just kind of fell over and died.
You need to do some censoring when you break stuff down like that.
Yeah. I just hope game 2 is a little bit closer. I know How Life Esports is good. They're great. But that was not a real game of League of Legends. That was just so one-sided.
You know what? I hope it's more extreme.
Oh, no.
I hope
I
hope we get a new fastest record. How about that? I want to see the world burn. Let's get a pre-14 minutes in there. How about that?
It's either one way or the other, right?
It's crazy hard to do with the way that the changes they've made to the game now.
Yeah.
with the way that objectives are basically built up so that it is way harder to do these super fast endings to games now, which would make it more impressive. So go 6 grubs, grab the Rift Herald, and end the game.
Well, they did that. They did that in the last game as well.
Yeah, they did beat Baron Spawn. They beat Baron Spawn.
Yeah, they
so
did.
That's
it was
definitely
what was it, like 24 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, the Skarner is going to be respected again. They don't have blue side this time, and they don't have to, neither side has to worry about the Vi as the Deskers were talking about there.
Yeah.
But still a good ban on red side to go for.
And we should talk about, again, the CFO strategy that they have been doing where they rotate rest and driver. So driver in now, and this is usually what they do is they start with rest and they go to driver, and driver has played a lot of Sion, Gragas, and Jax as kind of the main ones. And yesterday, we saw a Sion. He was doing the Sion dance afterwards as well. And so he's going to get his try at Zeus this time around. Let's see what we do go to. So much more focused towards bot side this time around with the Varus also being right back up there. Interesting that the Zyra as well remains banned, so yeah, no changes there from HLE.
Yeah, it's very LCK to just always ban Skarner list. Even with the Skarner nerfs, they're like, nope, we still got to ban this, and then you got that one extra ban and they just throw it at Jinja and his Zyra, which I think is a good call. The first pick Corki here for the side of CFO. It's only game 2 here in Fearless Draft, so there's still a lot of top-level selections available for both sides. So the Corki wasn't really on my radar for the first pick, but it does kind of go with anything as a pick, so at least they've got that. It is a bit of a flex as well, as we are going to see the MF picked up here for Viper. as that has been sticking around for a very long time, this MF pick.
Yeah. And you mentioned, the Corki is very much a flex for them. You know, they've got 3 for Doggo and 2 plays for Honkyu. So starting out flexible, bot lane. Ooh! We get Peanut in Italy again. All right, this is going to be a fun one. Then you're kind of like, okay, well, then they have to get like Leona Nautilus support or something like that. They're for sure going to get Delight on. Actually, I mean, whatever engage he wants to play, you know, he could take his pick. I assume Zeus might be bringing some. There's the Gragas that we mentioned for Driver. He's a really big Gragas player, so they put him in and get him on some comfort. See what else. Okay, nice Leona steal away. Here, because that is one of the ones we were listing here for HLE. They would want to go for, because both Misfortune and Nidalee want a support with Mega CC, so I have to already be thinking like Nautilus or something like that. I mean, I guess Braum is still available, but then you don't have great, like, you know, playing offensively. It's only like defensively into Leona, and so you don't want to do that. So yeah, you go through the rail here to get that big engage for the Misfortune ultimate. We'll see about those pairings.
Yeah, the Rail MF, definitely a classic one. You know, a lot of AoE, you can just MF ult over the top. It doesn't really matter who you hit as the Rail, but you're going to hit a lot, and hopefully the MF does the damage with the follow-up. We'll see what these solo laners look like for the side of Homolife Esports, because they already know, at least going into the Gragas. The Gragas could also potentially be flexed into the jungle, but got a decent idea, especially as you were mentioning, Driver has played this quite a lot. The Gragas, it is in his pool. They're going to go ahead and ban away Jinja's Sejuani to start off with, so definitely expecting that in the top lane.
Yeah. It's always hard, too, when you're facing an early Nidalee pick, because, you know, Jinja wants to play, like, high economy usually. So we'll see what how much they do whittle down this jungle champion pool. Pretty interesting as well, taking away the Ambessa from Zeus. I don't want to play the Gragas into that one. Speaking of high economy, the Lilia off the board here. One of the champs that can keep up that power farm, even against Nidalee.
I mean, if you're going to play into CFO, if you're going to play into Jinja, just ban 4 junglers, right? That's always a good call. Kallista's OP, so you ban that one as well. Just ban them out as much as you possibly can, and you're going to be feeling pretty good about your process in the draft regardless. The final ban here is Zeka's Akali. So they don't want that to happen. They already experienced his Yone. Does he just pick Sylas here? He's like, well, you can't ban Sylas, so I can pick that instead.
Yeah, we'll see what he's feeling. I mean, assuming they'll save his pick for last year, maybe go Zeus, since they assume. Oh,
what?
Vladimir, nice!
Wait,
nice!
Really?
Yeah, and I'm assuming that this one is going into the Gragas. That is it's like allows Vladimir to get really big without a lot of problems, and like that's just devastating. You're just gonna have such a big AoE AP threat into this team. This is gonna be a fun one.
It is AP, as you mentioned, so we have to almost definitely have a AD pick for the mid lane, assuming this Vlad is going top, which I think at this point, you know, 90% chance of that happening. You can just pool the cask if you're ever in any danger, and as you mentioned, your range, you just get kind of a free lane into this Gragas. Unless, you know, a gank comes up there very early. We are going to have the Talia coming out here for the side of Honkyu. So that Corki is, at this point, what it looks like in this draft, should be going into bottom lane. But let's see how they round it out, as the Kindred is going to be the final pick here for Jinja.
Yeah, they want Jinja carry. Here we go. We got the Kindred lined up for him since they have double AP solo lanes. Let's see what they can do. Honestly, Zeka, now what you got for us?
Oh, really?
Yeah! Yes!
Oh my God! It's happening, Zed!
Yes! What in the... Yo, stats team, I need a stats team update on the last pick on Zed here immediately.
Zed? Well, you know, he doesn't dash. That seems pretty good into Talia, right? He's got excellent execution pressure.
This
Maybe
is
not as good into Kindred, but you know what? It's Zed mid.
Well, it's actually still cool into Kindred because you can force the Kindred ult without putting yourself in danger because you just shadow back, and then you can finish off the Kindred. So like the Zed, especially as you said, because Zed has a good lane versus Taliyah here. So if the Zed gets fed, then it's just like the Kindred's always worried for its life.
Yeah.
For getting popped here, and I expect Zeka to pop off on it, but this is hype. This is honestly, after that first game, this is what we want.
We needed this. We needed to up the tempo somehow.
We get a Vladimir and a Zed pick.
Yeah.
Very nice.
We weren't going to take a step down from game one. We were only going to ratchet it up real quick. And I don't know what this really means, but without Jinjarner in this game.
It's Jinja's Garner.
Yeah, they will deny it once again, 2 games in a row.
Oh, man.
You know, this says go until the end, and you're going to definitely win if you are Life Esports. And that is the way it has been. They go to game 5s, and they just win. And they win game 1s as well. They just win a lot, don't they?
So, the buffs that were given to Zed on 25-5 patch was base damage increase, a big old whopping 5.
Yeah, I mean,
for
that's,
the Shadow
you know,
Slash, but also the AD ratio. The AD ratio is the big part.
There you go.
15% more AD ratio here, up to 80%. So the Shadow Slashes will hit harder.
They definitely will. And it's into a good comp as well. As the Life Esports fans are out in force, and you know what else got buffed recently is Electrocute.
Yes,
So
it did.
You know,
and he's actually going Conqueror.
He's not playing
It was
that,
a good bet.
but-
Though. When you said it, I was like, you know what? Let's see, you know, because that would really lend into the one pops.
Yeah.
But he is going the Conqueror here.
So
I'm actually just so hyped for this. And you know what's really fun as well? Assuming it looks good, in solo queue, then you get to track like the spike in Zed picks in solo queue after an international game like this.
It's just going to be Zed every single game. You're just going to have to ban it if you don't want it. I mean, it seems pretty good, right, on this patch. You were mentioning, you know, the E buffs that did come in. It's +5 damage at every rank, and it just feels like his laning should be stronger. His execution power should be stronger. He goes Conqueror here instead, expecting, you know, some of these fights to go longer, not necessarily going for the one-tap capability. He's still going to have it because he is Zed. We know what Zed can do as a champion. If you've ever played solo queue, you've seen this guy, even if you don't see it often in pro.
So hyped for this. Early on, of course, it's going to be a lot of farming for him. Till you get towards your level 6, and you can look for these all-ins on the Taliyah. Look for some kills, some explosive plays. I'm also very curious to see what Peanut does with Nidalee into Kindred matchup here. See if he does get off some of these the solo invades. I assume that he's going to have some nice lanes to work with.
Uh-oh.
Wait a
Honku.
second, he's level 2.
Yeah, that's the Ignite coming on in. He doesn't have Electrocute, but Honku has to flash at level 2. Already Zeka on the Zed pick is forcing summoners in his lane.
Yeah, Ignite for Flash. Best trade every day of the week. Plus, he's going to have to force him back, so it is going to look like an increase in solo queue Zed picks, I think, with the way that the start is going. All right, they both go for the recalls, though. Honku actually, they both cancel them. Okay, so Honku canceled his first. Then Zeka's like, all right, fine, I cancel mine too.
Yeah. That's the thing about laning to Zed, especially if you take a big chunk early, is you only start off with the one pot, right? So you don't have a lot of sustain as Taliyah, and
Zed's got the shield, so he does.
He's got the ability to power through this lane very easily, especially once he gets that first trade. So you want the good backs, but Zeka is denying him the good back at this point in time.
All right, so all our excitement for the mid lane matchup. Junglers are about to finish their routes, though, so Scuttle Crabs, after the first Scuttle Crabs, maybe looking towards mid, or maybe even a little bit before, because with both of them canceling their recalls, does give a slight opportunity. Looks like we're actually having Jinja cross back up to the top side, which is kind of weird since Vlad is pushing in Gragas. So He doesn't have his top lane priority, and his mid lane's getting pushed in too, but he goes for the smite fight.
Yeah, that's going to go the way of Peanut here, and Peanut is not scared to go for the fight, especially with the Zed, but he's actually losing the fight here. He goes for the heal. He flashes away, but Junja is still going to get it. He does give the kill over to Zeka, though, who will pick up double buff, as now Hongq low on mana. Zeka, he's on the hunt, as he doesn't have much more than a shuriken, though. He's eating stones straight to the face. There you go, Hongq, with one final Q, gets the kill onto Zeka.
Well, there you go. That's why he went for the top skull crab. He goes for it. They get 2 kills. Big stuff here for CFO. I mean, Zeka answering might be a problem later. He does get the pickaxe back there for Zed, which is pretty decent, plus the refillable. But honestly, let's take a look at the next one. Peanut right back out. Since Mark did end up spawning on the bottom scuttle crab, ends up taking that one away for the next set. But here's another look at it. Joe goes straight for it, puts down the ward. They go for the smite fight. As you say, Peanut does hit it, but Peanut gonna lose out in the 1-for-1. Zeka, though, since he's the earlier mid on over, will flash and finish it. But we know the end of this story as well.
Yeah, I mean,
it starts with a lot of rocks, and then it ends with a big rock.
With a lot of, yeah. There you go.
Actually, that was just another one of the regular-sized rocks.
Just a very small ending rock that did come out there from that. And, yeah, I mean, I think Peanut just assumed that Zeka would make it over and they would win the 2v2, so he was just forcing the fight. You could see the 1v1 was not going to go the way of Peanut. Peanut must have known that that should be the case.
Pretty close though.
Yeah, it was. It was a big heal there towards the end, so there was a chance, but not quite enough. And take a look at the top lane here, where Zeus is actually ahead on gold at the moment. Not too surprising, as the Vlad, the range champion, just doing a good job sustaining and getting those last hits with his Q. Hongq, though, picking up the double buff. He's able to get a very nice back in, picks up his own refillable, so it's going to make this lane a lot easier against Zeka, who is now down a level.
Plus, probably going to be a lot of playing with teammates at this point, and since we do see Kaiwing heading over here, is one of the big parts about playing with this mid jungle, is having that support there to bring it all together. The Leona CC to set either of them up. Even Driver's making the trek over, so looks like it's going to be everybody except for Zeus walking over. Since Zeus is still shoving bottom, it looks like Driver actually is now going to walk all the way back down there too. So CFO at least gets 2 of them.
Yeah.
But once Driver shows, they're like, then HLA are going to know we don't have 5 people fully up here. So we got the extra one, and we will split grubs.
Yeah, just a split grub situation, 2 for 1. And Life Esports will be thankful that that last one was left for them. You mentioned the situation where they didn't want to go for it. Level 6 Zed, though, still going to put on that pressure. The Ignite is coming in. Zeka, one last auto. Doesn't need it, as down will go Hongq. And that, right there, is the power of Zed.
Yeah, it's so hard in that matchup. Zed just gets to go right for it. As soon as he got his level 6 Ignite down there for Zeka. And that means they have mid lane prio once again. And so second Scuttle Crab mark also gets taken away. Peanut takes this one away, really trying to keep those Kindred marks down. He's going to be able to transition. They still have a little bit of deep wards as well through enemy jungle. We haven't gotten to focus too much on the Vladimir pick that they went for as well, but as we said, it was going to be Vladimir, scaling nicely with a nice little free lane for himself. And really the scary part is going to be later on after Zeus has farmed up and joins with the team. And then you've got, how do you deal with a dive of Vladimir and a Zed? Well, Kindred Ultimate can stall, but it is still going to be very scary for them. So Peanut immediately on over to the Dragon as well, and keep those ones rolling.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, you think about their team fight, it's very much just swamp combo, insane amount of damage, and it's all AoE as well, outside of, I guess, Nidalee swipes and stuff like that, but that's not really what she's there for. As we take a look at this replay, as he basically just presses R on her.
Yeah, he presses everything else too. Press all buttons, and there you go. Poof goes to Leah. I mean, like you said, though, it's just so hard. Once the R goes in, there's not really a lot you can do, since your seismic shove is so delayed. It's so easy for the Zed side to play around. And constantly going to have those visits from supports. You see on the minimap, they went for a little bit of an invade there. CFO on top side to go try and continue play around Jinja. He does have the very, very, very minute jungle lead there and all the wards up on the top side for them. So CFO overloading on top side. This is a Vladimir that does have flash, and I wonder if he used pool already. Nope.
Oh, there's the pool. Kaiwing not going to hit the stun on this one, but he is at least going to land the E onto him. Kaiwing does take a bunch of that damage, so very nicely done in the dive. The Vlad, not much he can do in that situation after using the pool, of course, as he does go down pretty quickly to the three of them.
Again, really good team play here from CFO. Kaiwing linking up with Jinja, constantly just always playing with him. They've got the carry, jungle, and the support to follow. Wait a second.
Driver's really trying to make this kill onto Viper happen. Right now, he's just got a Catalyst and a Tear, so he doesn't actually do damage, Driver. He's just dying to MF, and Peanut's here.
Yeah, the big problem there, ultimate used offensively. You really want that for defense.
Speaking of offensive ultimates, as in goes Zeka once again, as there is the Kindred ultimate just barely to save his life. Peanut failing on the dive, but he is going to stay alive, and it might not be a fail at the end of it all. As Zaku comes in, Viper, though, will be traded out, as at least Viper got the kill, but so will Driver in the dive.
Blood everywhere! I love it! There we go, a Kindred mark for Jinja as well. Honestly, keep this game action-packed. The gold remaining close. We've got some super fun picks to look forward to once we do get to the mid-game and our team fights. But if we go back to the team play for CFO, they're sticking to the game plan here. They get out the Vladimir pool really early on, and then Kaiwing, very nice E. He was able to follow it up, locks them down. They get their kill on the Vladimir. Here's another look at the full attempted dive on the bottom side. And just Driver had already used his ulti earlier when he tried to go for the play on the Viper, so he didn't have here. So he still goes down, but was able to keep Viper in range of tower by hovering against the wall long enough that he still gets his counter kill.
Yeah, so Peanut did smite away one of the grubs here as they go in for the fight. They're not going to hit all too much, but everybody else groups into the rel. Here comes Doggo from the top side, though. Zeka going in for the dive once. Jinja not going to get him just yet. So many low health bars here on the side of CFO, and Peanut is going to get away. Here comes Zeus over the wall, just going to pull the shove and will not take the damage, but does take the follow-up. Q might save him, but it's not going to happen as Honku lives against Zeka, who misses the shuriken. Here comes Doggo flashing on into a Zed, not scared of anything, but guess what? The R is up, and it's available again! Zeka goes for it again! Gets the kill! And the last auto for Peanut finishes it off!
Oh my goodness, what a chat. Picks the Zed, some fancy plays on the top side to the pixel brush. Oh, beautiful stuff there. What a fun one. Are you not entertained? Thank you for the entertainment, Shelly. Thank you for the entertainment, both teams here. Okay. Grub fight is not fair because only one of them is a jungler and has smites. But what a fun one here. CFO and HLE delivering an absolute scrap at the Grub. Tonkyu had Blast Cone right into the rel initiation. And so HLE are like, everybody forward. We have such big lead on our health bars here. Kaiwing, though, he locked up Peanut and gone so low. And Doggo was the one with the big health bar here trying to chase everyone down. He pushed Peanut out and then got his kill onto Delight. And he wanted to come, you know, kind of save the game here. So looks for it onto Peanut. Flashed forward.
Oh, the second gets his ult right there.
Yeah, and then
just came off cooldown.
Goes over here, able to snap back, finish off Honku, and Peanut with his heal too, gets the shutdown.
Wait, I think we missed something, Kobe. There's a Gragas in the top lane. Meanwhile, there is a dive onto a rel. Delight wants to turn it around, but he's not going to be able to. Oh, he's going to have to pop that ultimate just to stay alive. Now Zeka 1v4, but he's not scared. He's moving into them, looking to do a bit of extra damage. He's got Peanut on the way, but yeah, nice dive from the side of CFO. Once again, will pick up a kill at least.
Whew. All right. There is a lot of action, but look at the minimap right now. both top lane and mid lane just also pushed by HLE. Zeus is going to head down to back up Viper, as Viper was trying to push for even more and also get turret plate money. But they were able to get both of the lanes on the other side of the map pushed as well while taking the objective. So Dragon picked up, or will be picked up here by Peanut, and HLE also still retaining control of the map.
Yeah, they certainly are doing just that. This Mountain Drake going to go the way of HLE, so that is going to be their second Drake of the game, you can see. We'll see what the soul is after this replay. Just channeling in, Delight wants to try to field for Zeka and survive against the dive.
Yeah, little shadow play over there for Zeka, so even though Delight does go down, Kindred ultimate is used here by Jinja because of the tower, and then trying to force them away, but everybody was looking at the mini-map there. And this is the adventures of Driver.
Yeah, he is driving a little bit off course here. I don't believe this is part of the original obstacle course that you generally have to drive on. So, yeah, getting zoned away from the turret and his own lane by Vlad.
Still hype though, I would say, with them getting the kill on the bottom side. It's just like they showed 4 people bottom for the bottom dive.
Yeah.
And he goes deep for the lane proxy play, like basically right as or a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, we have the MasterCard lane economy snapshot showing just how far ahead Life Esports is in every role except the support role, where Kaiwing is ahead by 100 gold. So it's still close. You know, they have leads on the side of Life Esports. Really the issue, I think, for CFO is that they're playing up against a Vlad and just really insane team fighting. And if they get behind, they might just get bowled over again.
I want to see if they can focus on a bit more of their like secure team fights, but currently the map's still so spread out. They're constantly getting pressured in these side lanes. You have really good split pushers on the side of HLE. With the game that Zeka has right now, both of the all the solo laners getting their level 11, so looking very dangerous there with Zed and Vladimir split pushing, and then everybody else for HLE grouping up to use their grub power here on the mid lane turret and try and get their pressure done there.
Yeah, a little bit of back and forth in the river, but it didn't look like Life Esports wanted to stick around in that one.
Yeah. So we'll see, because HLE are going to thrive a lot if they get to continue like spreading the map and playing so aggressively with these solo laners. But maybe CFO can try and pull together, a 5-person play. They do have Talia ultimate and the teleport kind of soon coming up for Honkyu. Looks like he's going to run his way or surf his way up the river to make this attempted play. Of course, Zeus does have his teleport, so Vladimir could also join.
Yeah, it looks like he might just do that. There's the wall, there's the TP, and a very nice engage comes in from Delight once again, but the Kindred ult is there to try to save them. They're all invulnerable. The follow-up comes in from the Vlad, though, as Zeus gets the big kill on that backline. We do see Zeus just running in their backline, getting so much down, and Driver looking for Peanut, but he's not quite going to be able to get it down. He just pops away on the Mega Blast Cone, and Driver is all alone here, 1v2. Peanut is very low, although he is kind of kiting him out here, kind of playing with the Gragas a little bit. Gonna eat a Q though, and does back away, but the Rift Herald secured, and this first turret should go the way of Life as well.
Yeah, even though it didn't look like devastating for CFO, with them only basically being -1 kills there. Also losing that mid turret is really painful, because once these outer towers go away, like the safety goes away. But here's another look at it, and the Kindred ultimate delaying and buying some time for them. Doggo there trying to flash outside, but like the dive is just so good, with Vladimir basically getting in untouched into the back line, and you have so many of those threats that it's really hard for CFO to recover from that initiation.
Yeah.
Started out, and
imagine if they didn't have Kindred. Like how these team fights would play out is that they both would have just died instead if it was any other jungler.
Yeah.
So
they got to keep their eyes on Delight, of course. So, the Rel is going to bring it all together and be the spark that actually ignites that big fight for HLA. So we'll see.
Yeah.
As they move over, Dragon can spawn pretty soon, so we might get another show shortly here as they move in for Vision fighting first.
Yeah, Chemtech Seoul gonna feel pretty good for the side of Life Esports, honestly, with a Vlad and a Nidalee and a bunch of big shields, even the Bloodthirster, right? It's gonna feel great for them as Viper is being pressured a little bit. A lot of them, actually, a lot of bit, as he is going to flash the cask and just kind of get away from it all. Only a couple of, I think 3 ults were used there by the side of CFO. They're going to try to use this pressure to take down this mid turret, which in fact they will. The side lanes, Kobe, you were mentioning, though. Zeka able to put some pressure on the top side, as it looks like now both teams want to fight over this Dragon.
Yeah, and like, what are we going to do about this Vladimir? Because Zeus, as we mentioned in Champ Select, is going to be a really big problem later, and we are later.
Yeah, about that. They need to do something about the Vladimir, but Zeus is a tank right now. He is just running at them. And he's got so much health, he's got so much AP because of that. And, you know, the Gragas doesn't really do much against the Vlad. He just kind of sits there and throws stuff at him, and the Vlad doesn't care at all.
Well, getting richer by the seconds. Split pushing bottom while they go for the Dragon fight here. Junja.
Oh, the engage not going to land there from the side of Kaiwing, and there you go. Peanut will secure the smite onto this one, and again, this 1v1, it's just looking worse and worse for Driver. Another Empower Q going to hit him as the Rift Herald pushing on in, and Zeus is just looking for the dive. Driver has to flash away from it, but even the ult nearly takes his head off, as Driver at this moment does not quite exist in the side lane. In goes Delight, maybe a little bit sideways. There is down, he will go. Junja nearly pays for it, but does throw in the ult, as Zeka looking for the dive, does pop away, as will that Ignite get the kill? The shurikens flying around him, but Junja will survive at the end of all that chaos.
Okay, Zeus is going to go back to base. He has a large amount of cash in his wallet at the moment. Okay, Cosmic Drive is done, and a little bit of magic penetration on top. I was wondering, like, how soon is he gonna, like, upgrade into a Medjai's? He only has, like, 6 stacks on the Dark Seal right now, but I definitely foresee in this game that being a very likely possibility of him getting later. Here's another look at it, though. The Misfortune ultimate over here creating a lot of space, and Zeka wanted to try and take advantage of the Kindred ultimate being used fairly early there to go in with his Ignite, with his Death Mark, but not able to squeeze out just enough damage there. Okay, so maybe if CFO could just fight away from wherever the Vladimir is. How about that?
Yeah, just run away from him whenever you see the scary vampire
Or go
guy.
right to this face.
I mean, this is the thing. He's got to slow onto Zeus. Zeus, he's got help. He's got Peanut here, and heals come in. He flashes into the 2 of them. It's just like, why did you bait me into this one? I got to flash away now. And Driver gonna eat his 3rd death as the Vlad now 3,000 gold ahead, just 21 minutes into the game.
So we did have to test, should we go away from the Vlad or to the Vlad? And we have decided we'll be going away. There is a very low health tower up on the top side of the map. So objective bounty available there. That's also an option.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I like how you're checking all the boxes. You know, they have some opportunities here in this game.
So this whole time, by the way, Zeus was stacking up his Riftmaker and his Conqueror. So not only is he turbo fed, but the Riftmaker and Conqueror are stacked. Yeah, it's gonna be painful. So he used his flash there though. So
yeah, he did.
Back to the brush.
He did use his flash. We'll see when he upgrades those Swifties as well what that's going to look like. Driver, he's quite tanky. He's AP Gragas, but he's still quite tanky.
He's about to fully stack the Rod of Ages too and get that extra level.
He'll catch up a little bit. The Ruinous Otacon will be taken pretty unceremoniously here by Life Esports, as it is spotted by a blue trinket, but nobody's actually going to approach this on the side of CFO. So they just give it up. Flowers will be taken here by Life Esports. And just think about what that's going to do for the extra levels, the extra
you
damage.
think about that.
Just take a little, sit back while we have a little lull in the action. Just think about exactly how strong Life Esports is right now.
If you really think about it, no, it's fine. Zeus from the Flowers gets his Adaptive Force, which turns into AP, and then the AP turns into health also.
Yeah.
And the extra experience there did not get him to 16, so
Yeah.
not too
Not
bad.
yet.
The world is not ending.
You know, Driver's actually ahead on XP on Zeus.
Yeah, baby.
Funnily
That
enough.
Rod of Ages tick.
Yeah.
Rod of Ages, baby.
It's just that item's OP. Can't counter it. Well, actually, you can. Zeus is going to get into the lead in just a moment here. Actually does overtake him by sitting in the top side. And yeah, we're about to have that Chemtech Dragon spawn that is for the Chemtech Soul for Hanwha Life Esports. So CFO got to make a tough decision. Do we fight over this one, or do we just give the Soul away and try to fight a bit later on when our Corki's a bit more fed? Because, you know, when our Kindred's a little bit more fed, perhaps. Because those are really the angles I'm looking at right now for CFO if they're going to win in an extended team fight.
Well, our strategy of fight away from Vladimir doesn't really work when Vlad's teleport is up, so...
Yeah.
You know, if we send it, it's going to be a full send. And it might be the last to send as well.
Yeah.
Might be.
Well, maybe the game doesn't end right away, but, you know, we'll see how much action we can get as the difference in the top lane is quite large at this point in time. Nearly double the damage is over Driver. As, Viper's barely going to get away from that stun. He does flash the cask, and that's a good choice. If you're going to pick a target, it's probably got to be the MF if you are CFO.
Yeah. Zeus is pinging, hey, I'm just going to keep on split pushing. All HLE have to do is just make more time around this dragon. And eventually, maybe we'll look for a smite fight here or something. But Zeus is teleporting in, so run!
Oh my God!
Run!
Wait, Doggo, you're going the wrong way! He runs towards the Vlad. They're trying to take down the light, but they all get grouped up into the Rel instead. And you know what? Vlad loves when you're grouped up against it. Finally, Junga gonna throw out the Kindred ultimate, but who really cares about that? He survives for a bit longer, but the rest of the team just dies alongside of him. And Hanwha Life Esports will take the fight and the dragon. And it's looking like a 2 here today, Kobe.
Yeah, and the Baron, I'll wager. I'll put a lot on that Baron, too.
Yeah.
So here we go. So the critical moment we're looking for, Valdez,
is the TP.
Yeah, right about now. You see that little swirl over there on the Nidalee trap. Nidalee trap teleports for the dub.
And that's Hanwha Life Esports is, you know, they had side lane pressure, but their team fighting is also incredibly cracked. It's crazy what you can do when the Rel picks up even 2 or 3 guys.
And they know, you know, all you do at that point is smile. It's definitely been a really entertaining and fun one. Props to both teams here in this series for the entertainment.
Yeah, it has been entertaining. I think that last fight was very fun. With Zeus level 16,
it was fun for
Zeus
Zeus.
level 16.
Definitely fun for him. He
delayed. He did his job. He's died 5 times in this one. He doesn't care. He's just going to throw his face into there and try to collect as many people with his magnets.
Yeah,
and very strong.
And with all of the team gold, he has overtaken. So he is no longer the lone member that didn't have the individual gold lead.
Yeah.
He too is included.
He is one of the guys now.
Yeah.
Just going to throw an ult into his Zed because, you know, why not? Might as well. And just going to go for the Baron here, Hanwha Life Esports. You were reckoning that probably they would take down this objective. Kaiwing now ultless with his Solar Flare on cooldown, trying to just walk his way in as Jinja not even able to get in range. So that is just going to be a free Baron over to the side of Hanwha Life Esports, and CFO now a bit caught. Going to do a combo onto a Vlad, but you know, Talia not very good against the Vlad, I'll tell you that, as Ingo Zeus, he's got backup for the team. The triple kill comes in from Zeus, and he's looking for a bit more. As, yeah, they're just going to get that kill over to Viper instead, as it is the ace from the side of Hanwha Life, and that might just be the game right here, right now.
Certainly will be right through the top lane. HLE with Baron, with the Dragon Soul, looking at the 2-0 clean victory.
A very clean one at that, and they did it with a Vladimir top and a Zed in the mid lane. If you missed this game, definitely go ahead and check out the replay because it was a very fun one with those 2 picks. A super dominance game from Hanwha Life Esports as they continue to prove that they are the tournament favorites here at First Stand.
Yeah, looking to pump up those fearless stats too with unique champions picks. I like it.
It's a good idea, you know? You make those champion pools even larger.
Plus, I like it because there was a reason for it, you know?
Yeah.
Both good matchups to pick them into, so really nicely done. Bit of a flex.
Yeah, they were definitely flexing on CFO tonight as, yeah, pretty incredible stuff from Homolife Esports. CFO, I was hoping that they would be able to do something in this one, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be, Kobe.
Not meant to be this time around, but they were still smiling. They still had fun. Looking forward to our next matchup, actually.
Yeah, and have you heard? You can subscribe to LOL Esports on Twitch now to support your favorite teams. You can use custom emotes and go ad-free on Twitch. Regular subscribers are also rewarded with the Vi Have You Heard in-game emotes. So as you check that out, we'll be back after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette. With each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops there. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
To the Esports World Cup.
Noxus, you honor me this day. But we are not here for celebration. Not for spectacle or sport. No. We stand over this blood-soaked sand because it is our legacy. It reminds us of the taste of triumph. The roar of defiance. The strain of sacrifice. The story of our people from the beginning. And strength above all.
The fortress, proceed with caution. I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times. Spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and no ceasefire. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah, I will arise. Yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless. I'm the greatest alive. Yeah. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. I am divine, I am designed to only be broken and never defied. I conquered the earth, play with the stars and live in the sky. My power is flawless. I'm the strongest alive, yeah, I'm the greatest alive, yeah, I will arise, yeah, and get stronger with time. My power is flawless, I'm the greatest alive. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine, yeah, the kingdom is mine, yeah, I will arise, take a look in my eyes, it's time for glory, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Life of the lawless, I'm the king of the fortress. Proceed with caution, I'm loaded and locked in. We close to the end times, spill the blood on the thin line. You got yours and I got mine. Take my shots and no ceasefire. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Unlimited power, I will prevail, I will devour, I will arise, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, the kingdom is mine. Yeah, I will arise. Take a look in my eyes, it's time for glory. The kingdom is mine. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Fire me up. I'm Jack in the system.
Zeka, now what you got for us?
Oh, really?
Hell yeah! Yes!
Oh my God! It's happening, Zed!
Yes!
You mentioned the situation where they didn't want to go for it. Level 6 Zed, though, still going to put on that pressure. The Ignite is coming in. Zeka, one last auto, doesn't need it. As down will go Honku. The R is up, and it's available again. Zeka goes for it again, gets the kill, and the last auto repeater finishes it off.
Oh my goodness, what a chat!
Welcome back to First Day in 2025, where HLE have taken down CFO 2-0 in the most serious game we've ever seen in the history of League of Legends.
Kobe was having more fun than HLE.
He was definitely having more fun than CFO, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I think anything that I will say at this point will sound smug, so I'm just not going to say anything. I'm going to let you guys do the whole segment.
Look, if there's one thing that I think that we have learned, it's that Zeka is a pretty good League of Legends player, as we can see here.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka just, I feel like they're styling on them a bit, but he made this pick look good. He's getting kills early. He's getting tower dives. He's forcing out the Kindred ult and getting out. It was a really stylish game.
And what the cool thing is that Zeka's career arc post-Worlds has been dispelling the notion that he could only play melee champions. And what better way to do that than picking a melee champion that you've never played before? We haven't seen, I think the Zed performance was definitely something that none of us were expecting. Vladimir, at least, as that's the other big talking point, obviously. is something that we could see on the radar, right? The pick has kind of always been brewing at the forefront of the meta. There's been a lot of changes, so seeing him come back wasn't a surprise. This top tie, though, the fact that they made Vladimir Nidalee and Zed work, that's kind of crazy.
Look, it's terrifying, but it's not just about HLE. There are 4 other teams in this tournament. So my question to you is, how big is the gap between HLE and these 4 other teams?
Well, if we want to demonstrate physically, like first, maybe you can scooch over to the other side of the couch, right? So like all the way over.
Birder.
That's a big gap.
Keep going.
Birder.
You know what? I don't actually think we can do this here, so I'm just gonna move over here a little bit, and I'll stop walking when we actually reach the gap here. So I'm just gonna keep going.
That's a big gap, Mal.
It's actually pretty nice out here. There's a concession stand.
You're still
They've
going?
got a merch store.
Yeah, I can't see him anymore, but I just assume that he's just continued to walk.
Yeah.
So needless to
He's
say,
on his journey to Lowell Park, and it's a great venue. Really, what I think Homo Life have shown thus far, particularly in that second game, is that they are feeling great when it comes to confidence.
Yeah.
I do think that
I don't think he's coming back now.
Yeah, no, I think it's just the two of us.
Look,
That's
I think
okay.
we've said enough.
We get some popcorn.
Okay. All right. Well, he's out there getting popcorn. We're going to book him a flight. There's a big gap, folks. And there's a lot of interesting picks. So we asked Zayas for his thoughts on the draft at the ongoing press conference in the Verizon post-game interview.
좀 상대가 4픽에서 뽑았을 때 예상하고 있었는데 왜냐면 이제 그 감독 코치님들이 상대팀 탑 선수 사이에서 다 얘기하고 계시려 뭔가 예상은 하고 있었는데 진짜 할 거라고는 잘 몰랐던 것 같고요. 네, 그리고 블라디 제드 같은 경우에는 저희가 충분히 연습 과정에서 좀 나름 검증된 픽이라고 생각해서 서슴없이 뽑았던 것 같습니다.
To be honest, regarding the top Karma pick, I kind of expected that when the enemy was hesitating and they're just considering what they were going to pick as their 4th pick. And this was something that we prior discussed with the coaching staff because they have the top laners, and then we're just kind of discussing on our own as a team. And I think in terms of the Vladimir pick, I think we were able to get some proven results from practice. So I definitely picked that one without any hesitation.
Confidence. Love to hear it from Zayas.
Yeah, I think I'm about at the gap now. I think it's pretty good from here to there. Can you still see me?
Not very. I can see the sign at the very least.
Okay.
Did you get a hat?
I did. Yeah, the merch store is really nice, by the way. I went by.
I think that we've learned that the gap is large, Mao.
Well, there's, as they said in the conference, I think that given that they are expected to make it far, getting info for the best of 5 stage was the goal here. And I think Homo Life looking good, and I don't expect it to change anytime soon.
Yeah, it does not look like it's going to change, but we'll see if KC can change their own fate, because it's time to look ahead towards Top Esports versus Karmine Corp and our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Welcome back,
Thanks.
Zale.
Yeah.
The LEC champions are back on the international stage, and after a disappointing start, they have a shot at redemption. Today, Karmine Corp takes on Top Esports in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Despite their opening loss to HLE, Top Esports come in as the heavy favorites.
APA not able to find too much here as the Pop Blossom on opposed carries. Yon flashes away trying to keep himself alive, and Crisp, he roots him. There's the piercing arrow.
But let's not forget, less than a year ago, Yike led a 3-0 sweep over to ES at MSI. Can he pull off another stunning performance?
Cream's already down to 50%. The Buster shot, too good from Caps, and then Dora's being placed. Massive damage to come out here, and they will take down Top Esports and knock them out of the tournament.
With the round robin stage halfway through, every match matters. Can Karmine Corp rise to the challenge?
Confident as Yike looked there, standing in front of that big old drum. The same confidence has not been there on stage, but we'll have to see as the players get ready to take to the stage. If this is going to be a different story, if maybe you're finally going to be able to rise up, but it's looking rough.
There have been, in the history of International League of Legends, some crazy turnarounds, right, for teams that were struggling. Very often you talk about the week 1 versus week 2 back in the old system. But the fact that you have to bring up those scenarios, there's a reason why they're rare. It's so hard to fix not only the actual issues you're dealing with in game, but the confidence and communication issues that I think we've started to see for KC within the turnaround of like a day.
Yeah, you know what? You were right. You do sound smug.
Man! That was a good point!
I can understand how a man with that ego would want to replace
he would
Zeus
think
with
that's
himself.
a good point, wouldn't he?
There's no safe
it was a great point. But you're right, there is nowhere safe now. Never forget that. But I hope there is somewhere safe for KC, and I hope it's in the entire duration of the series.
I think that somewhere safe might be the top lane because Kana has been, I think, really good for the squad. And, you know, if I was KC and I'd be looking at how this tournament has been playing, play up towards top. Kana has been great in the laning phase. He really has been performing. You know, maybe that's somewhere they can build a little bit of confidence. I think bot lane is still kind of getting their legs under them a bit. But Kana, to me, has been the guy that has really stood out.
And obviously, that's much easier said than done. I think 369 hasn't had the best tournament so far, but he's been fine. I think it's mostly been the meta read of TES that kind of hindered him. That cannon pick really stands out like a sore thumb. And I think we need to both see Kana keep up his laning performance, but also be on a pick that facilitates heavy carrying in team fights, because I think that's where KC have struggled the most. And something like a Camille that he played before is what I'm going to be looking towards.
With KC on the cusp of elimination, it's natural for us to focus on how they can win, how they might crawl their way back. It's all eyes top here for us on the analysis zone, the analysis desk, the space. But casters, take us into the draft. Let us know what you think. Caster,
Thank you so much,
chair.
guys. We're getting ready. We're coming back to you with a sleeping 369. Just taking a page out of FLICKR's book, just doing a little meditation. Kana not going to do the same. But yeah, it might just be all about this top lane for Top Esports versus KC. KC up against the ropes. They need to beat probably both Top Esports and Life Esports. And even then, it might be difficult based on the tiebreakers we might get.
Yes, it will be. And as for the top lane, that isn't going to be any easy feat either, because yesterday 369 was really, really powerful. The Rumble and the Aatrox, some pity brig performances from him. Kanavi as well played so much better yesterday than he did versus HLE. So Top Esports really do seem to be much more locked in than the opener. So see about how they get into this matchup.
Yeah. And there's a reason why Top Esports didn't really look locked in. I'd say their top side of the map was really struggling. They were trying to force a lot of stuff against Life Esports. And as we know, Life, very strong team. I think Azale did a great job of explaining exactly how large the gap might be, although, you know, certainly it was just one best of 3. We'll see what happens when it does get into best of 5s. Top Esports might have a nice little turnaround, as you mentioned, they have looked better recently. As we hop into draft here, gonna target the Maokai and the Azir for now.
I like this already from TES, because I was going to recommend KC put Yike on either Sejuani or Maokai. So TES already trying to whittle down on some of those tank picks for him. And see if they can punish the jungle as well.
Yeah, they're doing that. The Sejuani's still available. Notably, no Skarner and no Kalista bans from the red side here for Carmine Corp. Sir, they say, okay, we're coming into this one, it's do or die. Let's take a little bit of a chance here. You know, Skarner, yes, he did get nerfed, but Kalista still very strong, still extremely strong, and pretty much kind of breaks the current meta, and that's why she's pretty much permaban. Hasn't been so far here at first stands. We have seen her a couple of times, but it's still an extremely strong pick.
Yeah, and what Top Esports themselves did when they gave up the Kalista was then pick the Varus and Nico into it, the heavy poke lane. And so we'll see the Ashe already picked up here for the kind of classic counter into Kalista. And they could also go another range poke champ and really try and do like a similar thing that Top Esports did. Of course, there were some updates to Kalista, so they made the Ashe counter a little bit less painful because they basically like halved the effect of attack speed slows on the hindrance for your hop, and they raised the baseline bottom for your hop, your martial cadence. For Kalista, so it is still a counter. It's not as painful as it used to be, and if you have Renata by your side, that's always a match made in heaven.
Yeah, Kalista Renata, Kalista Nico is the other one that you very nicely pointed out that was taken away. And they decide they want the Renata here. They see the Skarner, definitely a very good pick into that. We see oftentimes a lot of heavy dive go along with Ashe and Skarner, so I feel like Renata is the better pick here. And Bessa going to be prioritized for the top lane 4-3-6-9. Still a lot available on the top side. You know, the Jace, the Cassante, stuff like this still available. And we'll see if Casey wants to pick one of those for Kana right here.
Yeah, let's see. Does he want some sort of bully lane into it? Some powerful 1v1? Certainly has been the direction. He has really preferred this Jace in a lot of them, and he has been able to get some leads with the Jace, but they haven't been able to win the actual games due to being too far behind pretty much everywhere else on the map.
Yeah, I think the Jace is fine, should have a nice lane, should be able to provide a lot in terms of burst damage follow-up on the Skarner. But we'll see what the rest of this comp looks like. The Jace could also potentially be flexed into mid. I don't know that there's any real reason to do that, but just thought I'd throw it out there. Definitely want that up in the top lane against the Ambessa. Sejuani gonna be taken away from Kanavi as the Seraphine banned away from Targamas.
Interesting. There were some very slight Seraphine buffs for damages on the previous patch, but taking away some of that other annoying poke damage and also sustain. Let's see. Further whittling down on a jungle pool, quite possibly here. Take another shot at Kanavi and the Nocturne. Nice one there. A dive partner for the Ambessa. Definitely a good ban.
Yeah, Kanavi did have a bit of a rough one, to say the least, on the Nocturne, but that was a different situation.
Questionable tower dive and gank bot, yeah.
It was a different team, it was a different comp, you know. I think the ban is still good, and Kanavi can kind of forget that game ever happened and move on. The Victor ban up against Vladdy, definitely a good one.
Yep, this was picked. Most champ off the board, so let's see, what shall we go with here? Support, I will assume, and they can continue to hide Vladdy's pick.
Okay. Took quite a while there. They went right down to the end of the timer, and it's Karma.
Yeah, it's an arms race in the bottom lane. Again, I'm assuming this is Karma support here with the Ashe for the big poke, you know, big damage early on in the lane down on the bottom side.
We would hope so. I don't necessarily want to see another swap. I don't think there's any reason, just like there didn't seem to be a good reason in the last series. Aurora going to be the follow-up here, so very low range on the side of top esports, but it's all going in the same direction at least.
Yeah, they need a point person for their dive at the moment because they have two solo laners that are pretty good at dive. They've got an AD carry that's pretty short range and likes to follow up on these dives, and Renata bailout as well, but they really need interesting. Viego, I mean, single target stun and does work well off of resets, so bailout plus Viego can sometimes create some interesting situations and some big resets and painful moments. So we'll see if they can get that one done. Viego also into Skarner, quite nice there. So Talia, the final lock in there though for Vladdy. Let's see if KC can turn it around here, because they certainly have to right now, or else the tournament is quickly out of their control.
Yeah, I mean, top esports, they can be pretty volatile with their play. We saw that they weren't showing their best against Home Life Esports. Then they showed, I think, some of their best up against TL. What would they look like here against Karmine Corp is definitely a big question. I feel like this comp, you know, the Viego definitely an interesting choice. There weren't a lot of great picks available. There was so much focus on the jungle, so he went for that. And we'll see if it's enough. I mean, as you mentioned, there's a lot of reset potential, a lot of just annoying kind of champs that'll be diving all around you and hopping around. The Viego, the Kalista, obvious ones. We'll see if they can handle that in this first game.
Tension building here in the arena.
Yeah. She wanted the Kanavi carry, as he wants the...
He did that yesterday, for sure.
Yeah. This is showing off against, again, the really cool front page cover of Kalist. As we'll see if he can carry this time around, Scobie, because they might need him in this one, as he is going up against the one and only Jackie Love. As we're getting ready for this game number 1 of this best of 3. Got some nice cheers out there in the crowd. Yeah.
That was pretty powerful, honestly. All right. Let's see about the level 1 here. Looking towards Raptor Ward first.
Gonna delay the back just a little bit. It is, of course, Grasp in the top lanes. All kind of makes sense. Nothing really surprising in terms of the runes from what I can tell. And so should be pretty standard from here as we're looking at the global power rankings powered by AWS. You can see it's number 5 for TES and number 21 for KC. But we'll see what happens here today. It's really about today's form that I'm more curious about.
Yeah, numbers aren't everything. I do want to mention too something Chris just did. So TS, they kept vision of the Skarner, but with Kanavi just going up to Raptors and having vision of him. And Chris used his Trinket ward to defensively ward behind red, and then swapped over to the sweeper down here too for himself. So we'll see as far as how heavy this early lane trading goes, but both junglers are starting top side and heading down here. So both supports having their sweepers ready for those possible jungle ganks if they do get really heavy trading.
Yeah. You see Jackie Love here stepping up. He's certainly a guy that knows how to utilize the Kalista, and what better than to do it into Glist. Level 2 should be hit here first, though, from this bottom lane. I like what KC have done, and in terms of just trying to counter this, especially early on, hit the level 2 first, have that harass going on, and just make things not as easy as they potentially would be otherwise for Top Esports' bottom lane.
Yeah, as Top Esports kind of demonstrated very similar strategy yesterday versus Team Liquid by giving them the Kalista and then going heavy range poke into them. Here we go, though. So the junglers have made it their ways down to the bottom side quadrants, but nobody's really like fully committed to this yet, so should just be full clears finished. And then Scuttle Crab priority assumed on the side of KC.
Yeah, that is what it is looking like at this point in time. See Jackie Love just 3 CS behind. So it's not a crazy lead that KC's bottom lane is getting, but just a little one, you know, making him feel it early on. See Cream up against Vladdy. Cream does still have his TP. Vladdy did go back and utilize it after picking up his tier. So going to try and get that stacking as early as possible. They know there's a ward in here, so Chris just gonna sweep that one out and try to get a lot of value down here on the bottom side. But Yike coming on in. This is this Scuttle fight you were mentioning, as there's the handshake, gonna clap them two together as Kanavi does get away from the tether of the Karma. Just a lot of back and forth here. Jackie Love is going to get into the fight first, taking the 1v1 here against Kalis and just zoning away. As now the Hawkshot does come in, and Kalis desperate to try to get in on this one, as Kanavi will be stunned into the wall. Do they have the damage to take him down, though, is the question. As in comes Vladdy. Kanavi gets the reach up, and the double knockup comes in from Vladdy. And there will be a couple on the board here for KC already. And there you go. Another stun into the wall. KC pick up 4 kills in the first fight.
And the Vladdy diff, the mid roam. Valdez, Talia down into the river first. And the flash, he gets the seismic shove. And they get all of them. That is 4 kills for KC in the opener.
You know, this is exactly what I was talking about with Top Esports. They just do this sometimes. They will not back down from a fight, and sometimes it really comes back to bite them. And big credit to KC. I mean, Yike is everywhere right now. The stuns in the wall have been used. The stun, the flash forward, Vladdy picks up another one. As here comes Viego. Kanavi's like, well, I gotta get something out of this, and at least he does get the 1 kill into Vladdy. But that's all they're gonna get right now.
Yeah, he's like had to put a stop to the hot streak there.
Yeah.
Does shut him down after seeing that flash used. But as you said, you know, Yike starts off with a nice grab here into the wall, and Targa followed up with the leash. But it's because Vladdy moved first from mid lane here, and that seismic shove, huge, right across the rocks for all of them. Then Cream had flashed in to try and finish up too, and Kalist barely surviving there. They didn't give anything away. huge victory in the early game for KC.
Yeah. See the coaches, I mean, it must be a relief to see an early game like this after what has been going on with KC. And they turn around and they get even more. They get this kill onto Cream. Of course, Vladdy does go down, but shut down over to Kanavi. We'll see if he can do something with that bit of extra gold. Bit of a 2v2 down on the bottom side, though. Kalista is going to get quite low himself. Targamas looking for a little bit more. The Empowered Q does come in. The Matcher Q. Just a bit of poke down. But yeah, here comes Yike. And Yike, level 5. We're going to go through the wall here. Jackie Love incredibly low as they try to move forward and take the fight once again. They want the reset here on Jackie, and he will be able to pick it up. Can he get a second one? Not going to happen this time. The flash from Crisp. At least he gets the 1 kill. And Yike, well, he's able to set up the gank at least.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Yike ganks bottom, but they lose 2. And they're losing Void Grubs while this happens.
Yeah.
TES.
Well, nice little knock up here on Chris, but it's not really, I mean, he's got his wall, so he could look to dive this one, but doesn't know exactly where the Kalista is. If he's timing this correctly, he should know that Jackie should be back very soon, so Vladdy smartly not going to overcommit to this one.
Dude, that was just clean stuff from TES bottom lane in the 2v3. Jackie flashing for it, gets his bailout, then Chris flashing to finish the other one off, and as I said, the Void Grubs were picked up during that. On respawn, though, we do see the reset, and Yike takes away the dragon, so they do end up trading the objectives for themselves, no problem. And KC are still massively ahead.
The wall comes in. Jackie's in so much trouble again. And that one is going to go to Targamas, unfortunately, but they're just setting up more and more kills. And again, Top Esports not respecting them at this point in time. KC are making them pay.
Vladdy came to play for sure. Vladdy here is absolutely the star so far. Massive stuff from him again onto Leah. Let's take another look at it. Oh, this is actually the beginning, the 2v3 here. So again, showing your gank bottom, and then since TES bottom lane both have flashes, Jackie's like, I'm going for it. I can get the Ren reset. He almost gets Kalist. It isn't the end of the world that he doesn't, because Chris has flash, and so he can invest it there. And so they do get the 2-for-1. But then Vladdy's like, you know what? We're not letting him get away with it. He goes in again. Targamas, of course, doing his part here with the setup as well. But you have to think it's going to be a really, really big one for him and for KC.
Yeah. The celebratory gulp of water. Gotta stay hydrated. Yeah. I mean, it was a really good setup. He should be proud. I mean, he's done so much. He made the first fight go to the side of KC. And the Taliyah last pick is fantastic into what they have. I mean, you just throw rocks down and nobody can dash. The Kalista not going to have a fun time. The Viego, the Aurora potentially. It's just a great pick, a great R5 counter to a lot of what this team has to offer for Top Esports. And the fact that he's already quite fed might become a big problem for Top Esports in this game.
Yeah, certainly will be. Kanavi here on the Viego, once again trying to create some space here around mid. They take away both of the control wards here preemptively, but even the shallow vision, they're not going to go for anything more on that play.
Yeah, not quite going to happen. We haven't looked too much at the top lane just because there has been so much action down bot. But you can see that Kana is ahead by 300 gold. So he's got that CS lead. And 369 decided, okay, I'm going to blind pick the Ambessa. I'm going to allow the rest of my team to get what they want a little bit later on.
Yeah.
But he does pay the price for it. Let's see if 369 can make Kana pay for it, as nope, the ward is going to spot the roam coming up. As now Targamas, he might be the one to pay, as the handshake does come in. Stun into Jackie Love is not going to be enough. Yike does show his face, but not on time. But yeah, trying to get a ward in that brush. You don't know if they're there. You will pay for that one.
Yeah, TS with their comp here, they want to constantly scrap because they have a little bit funky of a comp. Need to get some earlier gold, and they do just that with another bot side play. Jackie Love here on the Kalista with the majority of them, but you were just checking in on Kana's gold. He continues to farm away up here. More turret plate money for him as well. And we'll see how the side lanes do end up going, because again, this TS comp is just really short range and relies on those ultimates to go for the full engages, the Aurora and the Ambessa, but they're not able to get these kind of explosive fights and explosive engages for them. KC have a lot more ways. Well, wait a second here. We've got the reset.
Yeah, kind of just jumped into that one. To the skies he goes, and well, to the ground he will go as well. Pretty easy setup on that gank, as he thought he was safe. The rest of his team was in the river. Wasn't meant to be.
They've got teleport on Aurora too, so TS could have numbers advantage. They teleport Aurora in.
They're gonna teleport her in. You can see that KC, that they get the one grub and they get out, so at least they get one, but it's just the one. So not quite that many stacked up for them. It will be 5 for the side of TES in this game.
Yeah, it was a really good rotation for TES. Trying to play off that Mbessa ultimate, and 369 nailed it there, so very, oh, Kanavi's getting so deep, he does dodge the shove.
It's a bait all along, maybe? He's gonna get away, but that was extremely dangerous. You saw the Ash Arrow coming up, you saw the Karma, the Skarner nearby, and now Cream in a bit of trouble himself. He is going to take the aggro. He's taking a bunch of rocks to the face. That was another bonus rock from Yike, but it's not going to land, as the Aurora can be quite slippery. Here comes a wall. Chris was in the brush. He is going to have to flash away from that one after the handshake, just to make sure he stays alive.
Yeah, good disengage from him, and necessary disengage as well, with the counterplay coming through, trying to make the trailing play there. Yeah, Kanavi was getting really dicey with it. You know, I was also sweating right along there with you. In the end, it ends up being flash for flash, and you know, he had his Trinity Force, and he wants to play off some Trinity Force spike damage, but now without the flash, the kind of like dream plays and trying to get that reset might be a little bit more dangerous, because the dragon is up, and so you got to get your resets off pretty quickly here. It is a little desynced on the resets for TES, because Jackie Love's reset was a little delayed here.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to mess around and like try and delay or something to buy some more time. And honestly, it looks like they're gonna try and show here a little bit of threat and see how delayed they can make it.
Yeah, I mean, the threat is in. We'll see what this comes down to. Kanavi's not in range to smite that one, as he pulls him into the wall, right as Cream, and a massive impale comes down as well, but in goes 369 to that backline. Should be able to take out Kalist, but a couple of kills do go the way of KC. You see Kana and Yike, though, low on health. Jackie Love once more. He'll get the one, and Kanavi gets the other, so it will be Top Esports to actually get a punish at the end of that fight.
Yep, Jackie may have been a little bit later than everyone else, but he got there in the end, and TES with 4 kills for themselves, plus being able to push in mid and bottom, means Jackie's going to get turret plate money. 369 is going to get some turret plate money as well, and counter jungling. Of course, KC, they were able to finish off the dragon before Jackie does get there, but Cream is like, you know what, we're going to force it, we'll buy enough time, and it's the Renata ultimate that buys the most of it. Really nice there from Chris, right over the top, and it allowed 369 to just get into the back, completely wreak havoc. And since Jackie finally did get there with his fresh purchase,
we got a fight in live, actually. The tether comes down. That's a shutdown going the way of Vladdy. You saw that he got caught under the turret down in the bottom side, and that's the wrong guy to give that gold over to. Kanavi looking a little bit more like his day one form in this first game. He is really throwing caution to the wind, and Vladdy will pick that up every single time.
Okay, yeah, Vladdy definitely has been one of the big pieces of hope here for KC. As we get the reset afterwards, it's not like there's going to be a lot of territory taken or any real big objectives, but a nice little bit of gold there grabbed for him nonetheless. Again, like the gold leads are on a Viego and on a Kalista, so not like really good scaling champions, but are going to have massive mid games here. And let's take another look at the origins of this play. Getting his chunk nice and early on it, chasing them out. And since Targamas, Targamas had come down the river. Vladdy just does so much work, but the arrow coming in and connecting. Nice shot there. A sniper all the way from mid lane. Kalist.
Yeah, I mean, if that arrow wasn't there, he's probably alive. As the impale over the wall, that's going to be a big issue for Chris, as Yike is having a big game tonight here on the Skarner.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, right over the wall, brings him back, and ends the ultimate right next to it, so you can immediately channel it into the E-stun against the wall. Very quick kill, and that allows them to move into jungle too.
the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, you can see that it's kind of all over the place. The jungle and AD carry, you mentioned, ahead for the side of Top Esports, with the mid very far ahead for KC. So certainly the guy you want to put your hope into. I think also Yike, you know, he's Skarner. He doesn't necessarily need that much gold to do what he does, and he has been hitting the slams on the walls. He's gotten some big impales already, so it is a big issue that the Viego is so fed, but also the fact that they have Skarner. He's a tank. He's going to be, you know, stunning people rather than needing a ton of gold. I think that's just fine.
Yeah, TS, since they are so skirmish heavy and Kanavi has Collector now, they really want to use it. They want to use that Collector, so he's immediately going to force. He's the one with the 2-item power spikes. He is the only one with the 2-item power spike in the game, and so he immediately goes out to Rift Herald. KC are actually coming on over to it at the moment, but a little bit slow there, so just kind of watching. And it's a little weird because that does just give up. Cream, you know, kind of free pushing over here towards tower, easily avoids any sort of counterplay there. So they got the Rift Herald, they got the wave push in as well, and Kanavi again, since he's on his big power spike here, looking very aggressively in through enemy territory. 369.
Yeah, just going for the 1v1 here. It's a very long lane down on the bottom side, and the chase potential is pretty huge. He dodges the ult, though. Very nicely done by Kana to get away from this one. Can he survive is still the question. We got Big Impale down on the, well, up on the top side jungle as Zekilov up against the wall. Tries to dash over it. It's not going to be enough. The shutdown goes to Yike. Vladdy still on the chase. Cream going to find an angle on the back line. At least Case takes down Kalist, but Cream in a bit of trouble himself as Yike is on the chase. He will have to go for the flash just to try to survive. And this might just be the longest chase of the tournament so far. Even a TP committed to just to make sure he absolutely goes down. As Vladdy should be given the kill here at the very end if he can hit the Q. One more auto could do it as he goes to Miz, and yeah, Vladdy does take down the kill. Meanwhile, Kana just taking another turret in the top lane.
Nice punish there from KC on that deep jungle invade where Kanavi and TS were looking so aggressively for their play. They actually teleported Kana out as well to get the tower afterwards. This is going pretty far back with this replay. You know, that was just the insta-kill basically on Chris, but here we go. This is how that ward behind Med Buff saw it, and Yike with the big grab. I guess we put together a little Skarner ulti highlight. That's what this was. This was the Skarner ulti highlight package.
The highlight reel that did come in. I mean, Skarner, he keeps getting nerfed. He keeps doing the same thing. Yes, his power is down a bit. He's not being prioritized as much for a reason, but he's still able to just CC 3 people forever.
And you highlight it. You know, even though he is down a bunch in gold, that's exactly what he's still able to do. You know, lock them in. And since Cream was not with them on that invade for TES on KC's ward, they were able to punish. TS, of course, still do have their 1,000 gold lead, and the tower on top side is so low that 369 is about to increase that gold lead for them, though.
Yeah. The gold certainly goes in their favor. I'm worried about the massively fed Viego and even the Kalista. Even though the scoreline isn't very pretty, still a lot of gold in Zekilov's pockets. And, you know, the one thing for KC that they've got going on is they have 3 Drakes, right? And they're looking at a Mountain Soul on the next one if they can pick it up, which is going to be huge for their comp.
Yeah. And Jackie can play so aggressively because he has so many divers on his team, and he's got Crisp.
Yeah.
The Renata, the key there to it all, with the ultimate going over and the bailout. So he can play very aggressively, and he's also on his 2-item power spike. So see what kind of chase down.
Vladdy in a bit of trouble. Oh, the Mbessa over the wall. Couldn't see that one coming, and that is a shutdown for 369. So now you don't only have the jungle and the AD carry ahead, you've got also the top laner now ahead for the side of Top Esports.
Yeah, all Kanavi had to do, get that stun so that you can lock him in place for the Mbessa ultimate. 369 comes over the top, and they have fully taken over this top side jungle. It's been turned into a bit of a death trap as it's gone completely dark for the side of KC, and they're going to fully rotate up to this tower.
Yeah, I mean, the arrow's going to hit, but follow-up, will it be there? Yike. He could have gone for the Impale, but he decided against it. Just said, well, not worth it. I think, you know, with the arrow coming in, could have just taken the free Renata kill, but not going to go for it himself. And, yeah, I mean, Kana wasn't there. He didn't have TP, so I like the pressure that comes in from Top Esports to try to chip away at that turret.
And here it is, the wards, the death trap. Vladdy was on full vision walking over, so Kanavi and 369, they make the call, hey, just on this corner, I'll be able to hit the stun. Doesn't even matter if he's got rocks or anything, as long as he follows up. Nice pick, nice kill there for TES, which of course they are able to turn into a lot of even deeper vision.
Yeah, the deep vision, the control of the macro state of the game is going to be huge. You can see that 369, Kanavi, and Cream all ahead on XP. Kanavi just kind of running into the darkness as the Death Brush comes in. Casey going to get big win off of that one. Jackie Love trying to hop away. He's got the bailout. He has to go forward. But now we've even got the Impale coming in. That's a third kill for the side of KC. 369 and Cream just running away. And it's a triple for Kana. Because we have the ults coming in and the flash forward, but that is Aurora, so she just hops away.
Yeah, and you don't want to overchase because the Otacon is up right now on the bottom side. Yeah, immediately go for that. What a huge, huge timer there for KC. On Fog of War, in the side rush by mid lane, surprise kill Kanavi, the Fed jungler, and they chain it into not one, but two objectives. Huge play here for KC. This completely changes the game because they are going to scale quite nicely with all this extra experience from the flowers and stats from the flowers afterward too. And Kanavi right into it. Yike again on the Skarner. He's able to get the stun into the wall. Then they're able to chain it through. They get everything out of Jackie, and then they're still able to get the kill on him afterwards. And Yike did a nice job there going for Crisp since they knew they had the kill onto Jackie already, and he's able to pull him in for the triple for Kana. It's just like, you almost get this feeling, even though this game is not, you know, out of reach or anything for TES, but it's probably a very feels good for Kana, you know, to have so many good games so far at the tournament.
Yeah.
For this one to actually turn into something meaningful here, and you know he gets a triple off that, and the Jace will see what he can do this time around because KC. Now for this next Dragon spawn, they again should be the ones with the vision priority here through River, the ones who are able to set up first. And if they can avoid the flank from TES, should be able to set themselves up for a pretty nice standard fight. They've got some nice poke damage, some range available to them with the Jace, with the Karma.
Yeah, you can see Karmankar trying to set up there in the river. Kana was top without TP, so Top Esports took that moment to just push in and take control of this bottom river.
Okay, TES. Honestly, really nice move from them. As you said, they instantly just deleted all that vision.
Yeah.
No, they're the ones with the press control. And if you're coming in, Cream already looking.
He's looking, but not going to hit anything. The Karma able to help at least mitigate some of that damage. Handshake also there, but Top Esports not really in position to follow up on that. So now Top Esports is going to go for the Dragon. Okay. Everybody dodges that arrow. In comes the wall as well. Top Esports just abandoning ship for now. They said, well, a lot of ults used from the side. As now the flash forward, Yike! He gets the pick on the Cream! It's a free Aurora! Just like that, and it should be the Mountain Soul unless Kanavi gets the steal down. It's not going to be easy for him. Not up against the Skarner. It's a 5v4 as well. Jackie Love just took a massive hit to the face with the shot blast. 369, he's just going in. He's just going to send it and make some space for Jackie Love. In goes the Ambessa. Kana on the flank is massive. Going to take down that backline as well. Kanavi, he wants one itty bitty reset, but he's not going to get it. And even Crisp is on the run as well. This is a full ace to the side of KC plus the Mountain Soul. They might finally do it here.
Welcome to First Stand, KC. Huge now. They get the full ace. They get the Dragon. TES, they still engaged on this. Here is the great pick you're talking about for Yike. Such a big comeback game for Yike on this Skarner, by the way, but getting that pick. So TS must have said, hey, since Yike used ultimate there, they feel confident still fighting it, but they go right in, and Vladdy immediately putting those stones down. Really good counter engage from them, even though Chris then goes in to follow up with the Renata. Well, too much damage has been done, and Kana is able to just wipe them. Kanavi can't get away. It's the double for Kana here again, and Kallista's able to get the chase down too, so KC reaping the rewards here. Now with a completely open map to them, and Baron arriving. They're the ones with full priority now already pinging on the side lanes here for 369.
I mean, this is what happens when you get really desperate and you don't want to give over Mountain Soul. Like, TES have had no dragon control this entire game, and they were put up against the wall. They lost Cream, and they said, well, we have to try to send it 4v5. And that is the outcome, right? You throw in the Ambessa, you give him the bailout, and Jackie had already taken so much damage that you have no bailout for him, and kind of just one-shots him. So, no follow-up. Casey, pretty far ahead at this point, you could say, with the Mountain Soul. It's not going to show in the goal difference, even though it has been a very close game, as they try to set up the Death Brush once again. Kliss going to give the thumbs up to Kanavi, who this time is going to dodge it. But yeah, Casey just trying to hold on to control. There's the arrow, there's the wall. He's going to cast Crisp up against it. As the knockup, not the right way. Yike, not going to land his own impale. Now he's being kited out just a little bit. Cream, though, doesn't quite have the damage. Not even able to get through the Mountain Soul shield. And the volley gets the kill after all of that. And Cream is dead again.
Yep, Cream's dead again. And KC look like they're getting another objective here. That's going to be the Baron on top of their mount. Wait, Kanavi's going?
He's going in. The seismic shove not going to hit, though. TP also utilizes a lot of damage not being put into the Baron, but they're just trying to escort Kanavi away from it.
45 again?
Might just work out. The Ambessa ult not going to hit, as Vladdy does have to flash that one. In it goes 369, though. He wants a bit more. The turn off the Baron. They already got the Baron. Did KC, and Jackie Love going to go down. The bailout not there, and Kliss is unstoppable. Yes, Kliss will go down, but it doesn't quite matter. KC are too far ahead.
They certainly are. TES know they are in deep trouble, so they just send it anyways, right into the grinder. KC, here's another look at what started out the pick. You said it, like they only got through the Mountain Soul on Vladdy, barely. You know, Carbon Shield's going up too, and Cream's like, well, I think I've made a dire error. Over the edge, Kliss chases him down, they get the kill, and it's another position where, yeah, it's a 45, but TS and 369 are like, well, we're cooked either way. This game is already out of our hands. We're gonna get outscaled. Plus they already have Mountain Soul. Like, we are like a damage-heavy, short-range comp, and no more chances for them. So KC, they slam it down and look like they're heading for a victory here at first stand.
Yeah. Won't be their first game victory. They did get one of those against TL. But as you mentioned, this really feels like the first time they've showed up in a big way up against a very strong team in top esports, and they're staking their claim on this tournament. You know, this can be a bit of a rough format if you start off very slowly, because if you drop a couple of games, you might just be team number 5, right? Here comes the arrow that will be dodged nicely by Crisp. Yeah, it's nice to have Casey finally here in the tournament.
Certainly looks like it. And Kana pushing away on bottom side, but they get hit.
Not number 7. Oh, no, it's number 7. There he goes once again. That kill's going to be given over to Kliss. As Cream now 1-7. Kana just split pushing. He's got Baron, and the pressure is just too much. More than 6,000 gold to lead for Karmine Corp.
All that's left is to close the siege. They've got 4-1 split push. They're already inside. Mid tower's going down. TES grasping at Kana.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try. They might just be able to. This Ambessa pretty fed, and they do take him down. Jackie Love gets the shutdown. And look at Kliss. He's just in the base, hitting the Nexus turrets, giving them thumbs up. The rest of the team is just zoned away from him as he takes away their base. Jackie Love gonna pull in Crisp, but who cares about that? They're just killing your Nexus as this is happening. 369 wants to try to stop them, but the knockup is huge. And then Bessa, will he get a reset? Yes, he will. Uh-oh, Casey, you gotta get out of there now. As the reset comes in for 369 and the chase is on. Vladdy will get Jackie Love actually, but he's not going to get all too much more. Gets a double kill, which is more than you could say for the position he was put in for that one.
Okay, looks like it's gonna stop at just that. But the action here, all the respawns, by the way, should be done for the Elder Dragon, I believe, as go into the replay to take another look. But another big pick. And that one turned into another play where TS are like, you know, I mean, we can't fight the other group. We have to full send on Kana. And they do get the kill over here, even being separated out on the other side as we kind of jump forward here. Kliss running toward those Nexus turrets, but they just make it scrappy and continue to try and fight their way out of this situation. Since KC are going for Nexus, they just full send. Jackie Love put about 10,000 spears into Yike as they chase forward. So getting the kill onto the front line there as they got their respawns in kind of just synced up the timing nicely for TES to get their defense here at the last moment.
C369 dashing in onto the Talia. Definitely not a good thing to do. Gets punished for it. And yeah, the Elder Drake. We'll see if they actually started it up, but they're in the bush, and another one comes in as the Resurrect on the GA. Can they get the follow-up kill? The ult, the Heartbreaker used by Kanavi just to survive. But can they even challenge the Elder Drake is the real question.
Well, I think they're certainly going to try because they have full scent on every other fight, and all they can do is just send again. Kanavi and Cream both on the flank this time around instead of just single one like last time.
The wall, pretty good. Gonna push those other guys out of this one. The damage is big, and Kanavi's zoned away. They don't have a smite. It's Elder Dragon to Karm Corp, and now 369 is on the run. Well, he has to go in. He can't quite get out. Can't take down Kalist. And now only a couple of guys on the run. Cream as well, being zoned away by Kana, as he has to go in, but that's not the right direction. Takes his 8th death in this one. And Ingo's tank as well. The chase potential of the Skarner is huge. They want to take down Jackie. The flash comes in. They already killed Crisp, and that is going to do it. The ace is there for Karming Corp, and will get their first win here up against Top Esports.
And a big one here in game number 1. Starting the momentum for themselves, KC. Remember the beginning of the game as well. With the roam down from mid lane from Vladdy, really big start to them. Got themselves off on a nice footing. Then TS actually did a good job fighting back into this one. But in the end, really nicely executed and securing the Dragon Soul for KC.
It's a massive first victory here in game number 1 for Karming Corp. We're going to take a break, and we will have the guys break down that first game. We'll be right back.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. A browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, honey.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Flashback, before you got mad, you crack that. In and out of dolo when a new man to the boy got only when he crack that. Man, I don't act like heads off, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. To the game on the head, it's all mad at, mad at, mad at.
Like in scrims, we are stomping everybody's team. Pace, missing, all these guys, you guys are stomping them. So I'm proud of you no matter what. I'm very proud of you. You guys are doing the job. And it will pay off, okay? It will pay off, I swear.
Après? Yeah, wait. Get on. Yeah. Nice! Nice.
They're sending.
Come ça, we win.
Hit front. They can't play.
Bessa.
Viego. Don't give a reset.
We win.
Okay.
I'm coming! No! I'm going!
Oh, they're doing some crazy shit.
Good job. Nice, guys. Good job.
Okay, reset. Go next game. Full focus. Well played, guys. We played very good, okay? Keep it up.
Welcome back to First Stand 2025. KC are now up 1-0 against TES, and they're fighting for their tournament lives, as a loss in this series would spell elimination for KC. And as long as you have watched no other part of First Stand, I can say I never doubted them.
I haven't.
There you go.
This is I'm having a great first day.
We just started right at great first game in First Stand.
This is so fantastic.
Insane that they would just have 2 days of best of threes, but you know what? A welcome twist since in this brief window of time.
Coming to the day, I thought to myself, if there was going to be an upset, it wasn't going to be this day. But so when it started happening, I was truly mind blown. But you know you can count on Top Esports to help the EU brothers out.
It's true. Shout out to Top. MSI. We felt good for a brief
we brought in the European reinforcements for the KC
Hell yeah,
win.
we did.
And let's be honest, if Dracos counts as European, I'm Canadian. I'm closer. So I feel like really we have a full European desk
it's a full European desk.
Bonjour to everyone.
Guten Tag.
You're getting it. Welcome. Welcome, brother.
Okay, all right. Well, KC, look, they started off strong, capitalizing on the chaos of the early game and our HyperX reflex replay. And yeah, you saw it once before. Let's take a look at it again. This was a nice early play.
I mean, this is really where hope started to build. It was quite funny watching this with Azael because he saw the many emotions running through my face where I was like, I think it's lost. And he's like, no, I really think this is going quite well. And I'm like, no, wait, they'll find a way to throw it. But they didn't. They got all 4 kills. They recognized the advantages that they had in the early game, and they were able to build off to a good start.
I love how you're like, they'll find a way to throw. Like, you're mad, like, you're surprised. You're like, they're bad
It's called
at throwing.
fandom, Dracos.
I'm supposed
and
to.
it's called always doubting your team. Yeah. Like a true fan.
Look,
like us Europeans over here do.
Thank you.
I was right there with them.
Why can't you be more? Why can't you be more European?
Believed in him.
Okay, all I'll say is there's one man who's probably had more than his fair share of doubt over the last,
but not from me.
Last few days. You were included. Let's not. I think all of us were included, but this.
I never doubted
this
him.
Game, excellent bit of redemption for the man in the jungle, Yike.
Yike had a crazy game. I actually think this was nuts. Pre-Eing as the Aurora bounces from one side of the ult into the other, then gets the ulti across multiple people. Crisp makes an even bigger play with the hostile takeover, but I feel like this game in general was so nice from Yike, catching him over the wall with the sweeper, spots him with the ward, then pulls him back over. His team fighting was immaculate, and this pick in general just is so difficult for the top picks to play into. Viego, Kalista, all these kind of mid-short range champions that are going to struggle with CC. They need to get this first burst kill, and between him and Vladdy on the Talia, they shut down, it felt like, so many of Top's options. And it's just a hell of a bounce back game from Yike.
I think it was really important.
Who I never doubted.
I mean, he suffered a lot of criticism, and I think that I think some of it was overblown, but obviously some of it was warranted because the expectations on the experienced international player coming to first stand was that he was going to be one of the leaders of the team. And when they looked so disconnected over the last 2 days, eyes turned onto him to kind of bring the team together. And I think that as Azael was highlighting, we really did see that focus and good execution in the team
I highlighted
fights.
that.
You did. Beautifully. You can see the draft from game one. Okay, so here's my question. If you guys could both put aside your deep European fandom for a brief moment.
Yeah.
I'll try.
Is this
I can't promise anything.
replicatable? Can they do it again?
Yes.
TES now on blue side for the second time. KC win on red side. That's a nice start.
So, here's what we learned. Yike on a frontline facilitator, some sort of CC. Vladdy on a champion that he can have agency on, look to roam around the map, and crucially, and this is really important, Kalista needs to have an 80 carry that he can push with. Now, I know Azael, during his periods of doubt, showed a bit of optimism towards Kalista, okay? And I agree with him that I think so far in this tournament, considering how much hype and pressure is around this young man, I think so far we haven't seen a pop-off game from Kalista. But putting him on champions like Ashe, I think just best sets him up for success.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if they're going to win this series, they do need a good performance from Kalista. He was obviously so important to their success in the LEC. And I do think it's tough, right? You're going to your first international tournament. You have a lot of hopes and aspirations of proving yourself internationally, playing against a lot of these players that you've grown up watching, right? Like Jackie Love has been around for so long and being successful for so long. I'm sure that Kalista has watched tons and tons of games of this guy international, and you want to be able to prove yourself against them. So sometimes I think in those situations, you can be trying to push a little bit too far, or trying to change the way you play into maybe what you think you should be playing like and not what you normally do. But I think he just needs to be comfortable and kind of trust that what he did to get here is enough to also perform here.
I'm just call back to the start of the day. We said those early losses, experience. That experience doing a little bit of work here. The experience of, maybe just tank junglers are the right choice. You need a little experience to find the answer to that question. We are getting ready for picks and bans. We will be covering it here in the space, the analyst desk. And frankly, I remain nervous, as always, heading into this draft. But TES still, I think, have a lot more to show us. And Kanavi is still a guy that I have my eyes on. Because while Yike has had one solid game, we saw him dismantled in multiple series. And Kanavi has had similar ups and downs. If we see peak Kanavi, it's going to be a tall task.
And I mean, let's be honest, the last game, it was a great game from KC. We had some really good performances, but also we saw Top playing this kind of snowbally early game comp and then giving over 3 kills at like 3 minutes into the game, right? It was a horrible start for them. So of course you have got to stay locked in. You've got to stay laser focused as KC because Top is very easily capable of playing out just 2 normal standard games and 2-0ing from here.
I completely agree with you. And I think that Top Esports approach in the bans, I don't think they need to change too much. I like the Azir takeaway from Vladdy. I think that removing things like Maokai and Sejuani from the pool from KC is a really smart choice. Because again, when we think about frontline, utility, facilitators, these are the type of champions that fit that modem perfectly. The other thing for Top Esports to consider are things like the Ivern. Ivern could also be a problem champion, that especially if KC want to go for more of the scaling route.
Well, I think they've identified the same things that you have on the side of KC. They're taking with Nidalee, who's fantastic into those tank junglers, can just run circles around them. Interestingly, KC have also banned the Vi, but more respect for TES towards what I would say standard champions in the meta, sure, but champions that would go great for the way that we've seen KC play so far. And it's just Maokai Sejuani. Look, I think the whole world has recognized, like, hey, this guy has been struggling when he's not on these supportive picks.
They're definitely putting Yike under a lot of pressure right now, but this definitely leans more towards something like the Ivern, because then they can go much more hyper carry.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think that also gives additional comfort and support for players like Kalist and Vladdy, who have been such big stars. It also pairs really well with some of these melee carries that I think Kana is excellent on in the top lane. So I do think it could be a cool angle. We'll see if they find the ability to go for it in the draft. As Vi taken away, Nidalee taken away.
Shout out to the champ select music for not matching the level of stress that I have at all.
I mean, I feel like Varus has to be the lock-in, and it makes so much sense for Jackie. Though we talked about how KC want to have that winning bot lane 2 versus 2, and we've seen Varus use as an answer into the Kalista, and the only answer I think they could consider is something like a Draven. But it is like, it's risky going into this match.
I think you can go, I think Ezreal and just play range and play to concede as well, but you won't have the push like you were talking about, Vetty. And Kalista is actually 0-3 in the tournament now because it does struggle into range. Varus was used as a trap pick for it twice. I think Ashe, Karma was a great answer as well, but I do think, playing towards the Ezreal can make some sense. We didn't see a great game from Kalista on it when he played against TL. He was getting pushed in and kind of just ended up playing pretty passively, was a bit of a passenger in that game. But there is the other option of going, with a ranged poke support and actually turning it into a bit of a bully lane.
And Targamas no stranger to pulling out more unique range supports options, as we now see the Corki coming through as well. But the Varus, the lethality Varus, especially one of the few champions that can match mid-prio. We saw Yon use that to great effect, really took Kalista out of the game. Maybe it'll be a different case this time. But Corki and Yon, also not the easiest early matchup.
It's something that we've seen internationally last year, especially at Worlds. Yone was used as an answer into Corki specifically. Well, that doesn't mean that the matchup is really bad for Corki. You can also pair up something like the Zyra here if you want to, especially when you've got the dive that's likely going to be coming through from the Yone. You've got great disengage that has the possibility of the Zyra. But when you early prio something like the Yone, this screams Ivern to me. I really think that they should prioritize it. The only other thing I would consider is something like a Jarvan that would fill that role of an engaged facilitator. But then you run the risk of Kanavi being able to rely on things like the Lee Sin or something that you can have a lot of agency.
And I also think, where's your magic damage coming from, right? That's the other struggle. You talked about wanting these melee carries for Kana. I think the Rumble can be great if you've got the proper setup and execution, but we haven't seen that coordination in fights be there for the side of KC outside of this game that we just watched.
I will say though, honestly, like full AD drafts can be problematic if the other team has a true tank, but if they don't, I don't think it really matters. It's much easier to get like AP answers, things like X-Shrinker and Merkshas and stuff to like, kind of get that in there. I don't really think it's that big of a deal if it is a squishy draft to go full AD, if that really fits the bill. When you talk about Jarvan, I do think it can be a strong answer, something difficult to deal with as long as it has dive buddies for Varus, who's so reliant on the flash then to have any safety, especially if Varus doesn't have an enchanter pairing, then dive can become really, really difficult to deal with. And that is something that, can really work to their advantage.
And that's one of those things where the Maokai ban, while it's very targeted at Yike, taking that away, it's one of the few champions that has just a reliable engage and also some of the best disengage in the game to stop people from getting on that Varus, to punish people for overcommitting. We are waiting on updates from our competitive operations team as to what's going on here in the draft. For those who missed it, we were a few picks in. And the draft has since disappeared.
There was a moment where Adele started to believe, and so we just had to have a quick retro. The doubt is back. Issue should be resolved.
Yeah, we don't want to unconsciously cast or curse anyone playing on stage.
Exactly.
But of course, for all real updates, we'll let you know. I'll read something pre-scripted to make sure that it's official. I get nervous about KC playing anything too volatile. I think if there's one thing we've seen over the few days is if mid-game compositions that have limited windows of opportunity have not been good for KC.
I feel like if you see the angle for it, though, this is the opportunity to kind of throw it all out there because they're in a very difficult position. They're 0-2, and they have to basically win out to get through. I'm not sure if you're mathematically eliminated already, but like most of the options are pretty doomed because
that's a Karthus.
That best case scenario.
Oh, because you lost the head-to-head against the two teams that are most likely to be at one win, so it needed to be a three-way tie or something weird. So it's like you probably need to win 2 series in a row. If you see a good angle, go for it. Karthus, I feel like, is something that could be problematic potentially if you do go towards Ivern because you can just power farm so quickly.
Go for the Leona. I mean, I hope that he's got something prepared for the jungle. Because, like, we've talked so much about the Ivern, but that is Kanavi's Karthus.
I mean, you can also just go something basic in, like Xin Zhao or whatever, right?
Sure. I don't love that into Karthus, though.
No.
I mean, right now, the biggest green flag for KC is that the front line from Top Esports is very weak.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, 369, no stranger to playing the tanks.
Yeah.
Thing like Cassante, I mean, he's one of the best team-fighting Cassante players in the world. I remember his Ornn still, like, there's a lot of potential for him to provide that front line. Yeah, Poppy Ban also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because I think Chris could have easily gone in towards a Poppy, answer the Leona, and then you can't actually look for any hard engage, and then you're just kind of pushing in the Ezreal nonstop. That can be pretty difficult to deal with. But yeah, I mean, I think based on the draft, we already have like 3 hyper carries essentially on the TES side. So I think that basically the last 2 picks you're looking for are facilitators, and that's what should be targeted in the bans here from KC, right? You've already banned out the Poppy. You are, to me, looking towards something like an Alistar or like a Nautilus or something like that to potentially take that away, or another tank top for 369, and then trying to set up for a potential really good ban for Karthus, rather for Kenna, but it is going to be the Alistar kind of like I expected.
That Ken ban does lead me to believe that 369 is thinking about the
Jax
Ornn.
or Ornn.
Yeah, Jax is also a possibility.
Yeah, I think Jax, is kind of the one that a lot of people look towards really commonly. We saw 369 even playing it into Zeus in their matchup. That's a matchup that he particularly likes quite a lot. So it does lead me to believe that he could be thinking about that. One of the things I will say, while I was initially thinking about like tank and engage, if you go towards side lane champions like the Jax, Karthus can really enable you to get control and get those solo kills. Well, it's not a solo kill, but like get those kills in the kind of isolated 1v1 a lot more easily because the Karthus ult can come through and really kind of change things up.
Are you still excited about the Ivern, Vetty, despite the fact that there's Karthus locked in?
The beautiful thing about Ivern is because you get to build things like Redemption. I think that you have a lot of itemization to help mitigate a lot of the burst. There's with the locket that's likely going to come through from the Leona
Locket plus
as well.
Redemption.
It's just, I think it does offer tools, and also like with Ezreal, you just inherently have a lot of range, but you're also best supported by the Yone. I do think KC's looking at a carry to round up this composition. The question is, it's going to depend on what 369 brings out in top lane, whether it is something fully tanked like the Ornn or something a little bit more like Cassandra.
I'm just really interested to see what they go for the top lane, right? Because if it is going to be more of a side laner, things like we talked about, like the Jax or whatever, or if it is going to be something like an Ornn. Because if you do go Ornn, one of the things I really like about it is that it's non-committal engage. You're not throwing your body in there, and that's one of the things that can be difficult for them to deal with. This is a bit of kind of like bridging the gap. It's kind of an in-between pick, which I do like. You have the ability to play heavily through side lane. It's not that easy to counter because most of the counter picks are things that are really heavy commitment, things like Quinn and Aurelia and champions like that we might not see Kana feel comfortable playing. He has the support of the Karthus to play through sides. He can be strong in the 5v5. So I think it is a pretty flexible pick and an intelligent one to really round out the draft when you are playing blind from this spot. Whereas, if you were to go towards something like the Ornn and you run into the Aatrox, that's going to potentially be a lot more difficult. And this is going to be a really exciting game, I think.
I don't know how I feel about the Aatrox, but what I will say is that Top Esports, I think they have a lot of agency in the early game. How much they can use that pushing power to actually affect the enemy jungle against an Ivern, we'll have to wait and see. But I think the amount of early game options that Top Esports have, just thanks to the Varus control and the Gnar on the top side of the map, I'm worried about what that'll do for KC's early game.
And one thing I will say is, while, when in the isolated matchup, maybe I don't love Aatrox as much, when you give it the support of the Ivern, it has so much more ability. You hit that Q, and then all of a sudden you get an extra dash into the backline. You're there with the Yone, you're there with Leona ultimate, all pressuring these double 80 carries, and making this champion that can be so tanky already with an early Thunder Sky that much harder to kill with the Ivern backing him up.
This is going to be an incredible game. That's enough from us here, breaking down the draft. Time to send it over to casters for game 2.
Thank you guys so much for that great breakdown of the draft. I loved the Ivern call into the Karthus. I think it's going to make a lot of sense. And I think that with this draft, Karmine Corp have a legitimate chance to take another game here in this second one, just right off the bat.
I mean, they certainly do. I feel like there's a lot of variance in top esports play, even just at the tournament. Overall, throughout the history, yes, and just at this tournament as well. And so, especially Kanavi. So we'll see. Of course, Karthus passive is quite nice if you are in the mode where you're going super deep. Being able to cast from death can be quite nice, but very, very interesting drafts this time around. So excited to track this one because he has a 40% win rate on Karthus jungle so far. Only 5 games, so not the biggest sample size for him, but let's see how it operates this time around.
Well, Yike on the Ivern coming in here. And as the desk was mentioning, you can set up brush, you can set up a bunch of shields, and you can go redemption first from the jungle. So it really offers you a lot of answers into the AoE magic damage from the Karthus. And it's a pick that he's comfortable with. It can go well with the Aatrox, the Yone, and the Ezreal as well. So really feels like it offers a lot to this composition. Not to say that top esports' one isn't that good. I just think that the Ivern specifically is quite a nice one. Cream here on the Corki, going to try to get it started very early on. A relatively common answer to the Yone we have seen this season.
Yeah, definitely true, and should have some lane priority. So with lane priority, I already see some Karthus movements on my screen on that mini-map, and Kanavi coming over with the Raptor Ward. They want to punish the channeling here from Ivern. Well, Ivern is still level 1. The freshly channeled camp here wants to invest in it, so Yike is going to counter with his smite, but now, without that smite, is going to have super disrupted path, and Kanavi knows he can keep this up because look at the solo lanes. When you draft strong solo lanes like this and an Ivern, your Ivern pays the, or excuse me, your enemies draft strong solo lanes, your Ivern kind of pays the price. Kanavi there harassing. Looks like they're going to circle back around. You actually didn't give up on it, and that means it was actually kind of good because you get the delay time, so the loss of your smite doesn't hurt as much because your other previously channeled ones fully channel. And so in the end, it actually ends up being more wasted time there for Kanavi, and Yike was kind of happy with it. So
yeah,
little roller coaster of emotions there.
Yeah,
I thought Kanavi was going to be able to go through and keep up the invade
for sure. Well, we got a bit of a fight down here. Yike, level 3, he's already in the bot lane looking for something. The cleanse comes out from Jackie, but that actually hit Crisp as he's in a bit of trouble, and he doesn't have his flash. Down he will go, first blood. Yike already on the board.
Dude, Yike's redemption arc is going hard today. His Skarner game into this game now, absolutely massive stuff so far. I mean, I saw a red question mark ping up by the Raptors. They were like, what was he trying to do? Honestly, yeah, I thought he was going to be able to go away, steal the red buff afterwards, but that was just such good response from Yike. Gets off the first gank, and is able to delay as well when both of them delay their timers. Goes back, picks up the full channel. Huge.
And that's the thing. I mean, an Ivern can make a gank like this happen. A Karthus cannot. The Karthus wants to be just power farming, but as you mentioned, he wasted so much time just invading for nothing, essentially. And this is what it amounts to. Yike's is able to get down here, land a root, and that's pretty much game over for Chris.
Yeah, really, really, really big. Look at that.
This is, of course, outside the arena at Lol Park. Watching all the KC fans.
They're still sitting, though. No, not standing up. It's really early in the game. Okay, still early in the game. Everybody, hold on.
They were pretty hype at the beginning of the tournament, so they wanted to, tone it down a little bit just to make sure that this one was for real this time. And it might just be. It might just be.
So after all of the shenanigans that we had early on in the game, that ended up with the first blood in the hands of Yike himself, actually, on the Ivern. They did go back to their full clear there for Kanavi after he used up his time. So now with the all camps down and looking for the reset here, right back out. Looks like maybe make a pass towards mid lane there first while he's waiting for the respawns. Of course, he took his blue buff and then like used up a bunch of the time, so his second spawns of camps, even though he did do the full clear, are going to be delayed on their respawn. So definitely a little bit of extra pain there.
Yeah, he kind of just run around. He is going to go back to his Raptors as they have completed. Now he can go back to the Wolves. And yeah, I mean, it's just a nice early gank to get them started off on the right foot. To get the Ivern to his first item a bit quicker. His items are going to be relatively cheap compared to other junglers. Meanwhile, 369, level 6, just threatening maybe a bit of a trade underneath the turret and is going to proxy the wave round.
Yeah, another visit towards bottom lane.
Gonna make it happen, and guess what? There's no flashes down here for their side for Jackulove. There's the root onto the Ash, and it's just another kill, and this time he's able to give it over to Kalist.
The camp on bottom lane paying dividends for KC. Yes, the solo lanes are getting pushed in, and TS winning both of those, but Yike plus the bottom lane here combines for another one. This one taking down Jackie. And that one's even better. It actually forces out the lane swap from TES. In their reaction to that, they teleport 369 down to bottom lane.
Well, he TPs into a pretty terrifying situation. He has to blow his flash there just to get away. And yeah, they're going to be able to collect that. Top Esports are going to get these grubs here, all 3 of them. Meanwhile, we do have Yike, not yet level 6, so he's not going to go for the dragon just yet. But here's the follow-up gank in the bottom lane.
Yep, going straight for him. Jackulove, no flash, so really good engage there from Targa, right out of the brush, sets it up. And when you have a Leona and Ivern, it's so easy with that much CC. Really nice layering there. Immediately jumping on him and punishing once again. Plus,
there's a chance here to make something happen. And if Targamas can get in range on a Chris, maybe. It was very close. I mean, that looked like, you know, they weren't going to get that gank this time, but, you know, that control ward is going to save the bottom lane of Top Esports this time.
Yep, and the biggest part, of course, of the last one was that Kalist actually got the kill and got the money there, too, onto the Ezreal where they actually want it. Target going to stop the recall. Pops the Ignite for the stop on the recall. Back to the beginning, though, like the solo lanes were going so well for TES and were pushing in, and Kanavi got off his second full clear there for the Karthus. So still going to have to keep track of how the solo lanes do turn out. Cream here now under a little bit of pressure from Vladdy, but Cream doing a very good job keeping his farm up, as well as a decent amount of harassment.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for the mid lane. Relatively even at this point, but the Corki gets ahead early on, so just going to enjoy a little bit of a lead. 369 still trying to pressure his lane opponent, and Kalist has done a great job, rather, of just keeping the lane in a great spot underneath this turret. 369 is going to miss the Gnar this time around, but there are 4 members of Top Esports in the bottom lane. Can they kill Kana, who's got the World Ender? Kana just trying to run away from this one. Meanwhile, Daisy is behind them. The root comes in onto the Gnar, but it's a 3v4, and you can see that Karmine Corp just gonna say, okay, well, we stopped the dive, we'll take that. Meanwhile, Kalist is getting free farm in the top lane.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting here because, I mean, Jackie got a turret plate on bottom side, but as you say, like, Kalist is free farming all by himself alone, so that's not just his turret plate. These are also the extra minion waves that are dying to the tower up there. So KC pretty happy again, like they want as many resources into the Ezreal as they can get. They are really putting a lot here into this Ezreal. We'll see if Kalist can have a big game for himself. Such a young player, big star on the rise here on his international debut.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that Ashe was very strong in the first game. I don't think the game was necessarily about him, but he's been very consistent for such a young player. It's very impressive to see what Kalist has done so far. And as you mentioned, now this is the potential game for him to be the main star of the show, to be the carry on something like the Ezreal, to match the 2-item spike of the Corki on the opposite side. They do have a lot of carry power in the other lanes as well, and it might just be the winning you know, combination for the side. As now we got a big trade down here, but guess who's here again? It's Yike in the mid lane, trying to get it down onto Cream, who is just going to flash away from that one to survive. Otherwise, he would have died to an Ivern.
Meanwhile,
well, that happened.
That's yeah, that's a Varus ultimate down. Regardless, though, we had some counter jungling going on during Yite's visit towards mid lane, so Kanavi was able to get a tiny bit of counter jungling down off those Krugs as he continues back into his own jungle. So he is refocused back onto that Karthus farm, although not much as far as the Dark Harvest stacks go. Combat might actually ensue around the second grub spawn because they did get the first 3-pack for themselves, but seems like a lot of focus here from KC going up there as Kalista even wants to walk his way up.
I mean, Kalista will get there eventually.
He's
it looks like, yeah, you saw him going back and forth a little bit, not 100% committing, but now he is. He's going to show himself in the mid lane, which very much says, okay, we are going to play for these grubs. As meanwhile, here comes the gank squad from the side of Top Esports trying to collapse onto Kalista and Vladdy, but they just run away. Meanwhile, Cream nearly dies as the True Shot barrage was so close. One more shot from the Ezreal would have gotten the job done. Meanwhile, the grub's not fully taken here by the side of Karmine Corp. They want to fight over this dragon, it appears, as everybody going to rotate down here, look to take down this Hextech.
Yeah, they pulled off the grubs in order to rotate through mid lane, and they did get the flash from Vladdy, but his ult will be coming back off of cooldown, so KC making their rotation, matching the move on over to the bottom side of the map, and they'll be able to get their dragon as well. Recall goes off there Crisp actually cancels it, but nobody gonna stick around to actually contest the objective, so they will get their first dragon.
Yeah, first dragon on the board here. And they have the one grub so far. We'll see how many more they can get. This is Karmine Corp talking about. The side of Top Esports, they have 3. And we just go ahead and reset. Looks like Kanavi gonna make a return here to the grubs. And the 369 having the prio on top side and the reset coming off of the dragon. It does look like Top Esports will get 5 in game number 2.
All right, quite nice for that pushing on the side lane. Some turret plate money still available for them for now if they can make use of it too. Maybe 369 make some early usage because they've got their duo lane in mid lane on the reset here. Rotate him over, send Corki down bot side for the side lane. Push out for him first. All right, the answer does come in. Back to regular clear here for Karthus too. Again, Kanavi has ult and Blackfire Torch done. So at the ready if they do try and push too heavily. And we have a bit of a rotation down towards bottom side, so it might be the side of the fight. Even though Kanavi's clearing his top side, of course, Blackfire Torch plus his ultimate would lend a substantial amount of damage to any skirmish.
Yeah, it absolutely would. I mean, this game is still very close at the end of it all. You know, Karmine Corp got the first couple of kills. One of them did go to the Ivern. Really, it's going to be about Kalista once he hits that 2-item spike where they're going to want to fight around that. He's also getting plates in mid somehow, just casually picks up another one. Kana avoids this gank, although Meganar is getting close. He's doing a ton of damage to Mininar before that, though. Will they go for the dive is the question. Looks like no. The Mininar here, 369, a bit too low. Yeah, and they won't commit to it.
Navi just checking Krugs there, see if he can do a little more counter jungling, keep his farm up, but no Krugs there, so just the Scuttle Crab for him, and not really exploding too much, so it's just going to be, again, the reset. This time, Chris actually hovered bottom side.
Well.
Nice glance.
Yeah, gets the very big zoom in from our observers. As, yeah, he did, of course, Arcane Shift into the Varus, which made it very easy for the chains to hit. As, yeah, that's going to be a bunch of CC in a Kanavi who just wanted to do his red buff, but he met up with so many members of Karmine Corp, as now he goes down. The big ult, though, is going to hit 2, as one of them does get shielded. He takes down the Leona, and that is about it. It's just the supports and, of course, Kanavi, who did go down there at the end of it all.
Yeah, Kanavi making use of that Karthus passive. He flashed to get closer so he could get off enough damage. And then as they try and go over the other side of it is 4 kills now for KC. In the aftermath on this reset, though, Not too much as far as objectives, but the plate money in their favor. We kept on mentioning how many plates Kalista was getting, but here's another look at the engage. So they full send on Kanavi. Kanavi's going to try and make the most of it, flashing in so he can get the extra distance here, but Yike with the redemption, and Yike with the flash over the wall, and then he shielded himself, so he lived and limited the counter kill to just being the one there, going over onto Leona.
There was that one ward that spotted Targamas going in, right? And also saw Yike going in. And still Kanavi was like, no, we win this fight. I'm just going to send my Karthus self into it. I am going to die, but we should win and get ahead from it. Unfortunately for them, they didn't, actually. It was Karmine Corp who got a couple of kills instead. And, you know, maybe he was able to pick up a Dark Harvest stack here or there, but it's not really worth it, I'd say, by the end of it all, as the MasterCard lane economy snapshot is going to show that KC is ahead, especially in the jungle, and the 80 carry role is the big one. Cream, though, getting pretty decently fed himself.
Yeah. And these leads right now are super, super minor, just, you know, a couple hundred gold, so not resulting in, you know, big item completions. So, but I mean, honestly, the redemption plus the shield just being just enough there for Yike to survive last time actually ended up being quite substantial. Now we've got another look up towards River right now. I mean, they do have the early push here with Varus towards mid lane, and they're kind of moving in. You can see on the minimap here to try and retake these control wards, but Yike using the Ivern Brush, kind of camping here, keeping the vision, defending their wards for themselves here for KC, because they don't want to give up positioning towards Rift Herald first.
Yeah, Karmine Corp definitely want to stake their claim on this objective, and you can see that TES just moving entirely away from it, as Kana has gotten the message. He says, okay, abandon ship, I'm already pretty low, and it's stolen, the Scuttle Crab, by Kalist very casually, just like, yeah, what's up, thanks for the free gold, buddy.
Dude, he's been getting gold all over the map this game, as we have a little bit of a scuffle on that side, but in the end, it's still going to be bottom tower solo gold for the Corki there for the local gold, plus their dragon. So feels quite nice there for TS and Kanavi as well. Always loving to dip in for a little bit of counter jungling, but Targa's back on the warpath. Again, the control ward, they saw Targa again on the approach.
Yeah, they saw him coming, and he's just going to be able to Hex Splash over the wall. That's pretty nice for him. Cream did get a full turret in bot, so he, once again, is the one guy. You could say that 369 also doing pretty well for himself. Kana's had to deal with Corki for the last couple of minutes, so not very good for him. But now we see Vladdy's going to pick up a turret by himself. 369 has to match, and the trail that was taken, this objective, the tempo in mid is going to be huge. They should be able to take down this mid tier 1. It's very close. They don't stick around for that final hit, but I mean, that's basically standing on one leg at this point.
Yeah. So as we do transition to the mid game with these outer towers starting to get very low and some of them falling down, we really have this magnifying glass on Yike so far this tournament. Last game, he was able to have both good individual plays as well as good team fighting on his Skarner, multiple picks and stuff. And in this game, again, he started out with some really good individual plays on the Ivern, and it transitioned so well into the team fights, looking at what TS are going to be throwing at them. And now he's got his Moonstone on top of the Redemption. So much of that kind of defense that you were highlighting that you really liked will be available here already on the kind of earlier timers, since the items for the support items are so much cheaper for him to buy.
Yeah, he's ahead. They're cheaper. It's just a very accelerated Ivern, which is fun to look at. We'll see what third item he does want to go for. And getting very close to the 2-item power spike are both the Ezreal and the Corki in this game. I would assume that both teams are going to say top esports because they're top esports. I don't know if they can feel that they're slightly behind. They might just say, we've got this Corki, we feel strong, we're going to send it. You know, that's what they do. Whereas on the side of Karmine Corp, I think they absolutely should fight around this big power spike for Kalist.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, because Crisp here on the rel has potential to have such an explosive engage for TS that they're able to roll over. But if you kind of make the fight long and delay there with the Ivern on your team with enough pad on the defense, then they should be able to kind of handle it and then turn around the fight as it goes on. But currently need to handle that side lane again, so they send Kana on up to the top side. Kana, with both summoners available, will be able to react to any sort of TES aggression.
Yeah, definitely a much slower game compared to the ones we've had today, especially comparing to that first series, which was very fast for all the wrong and also right reasons. I mean, we had a Zed and a Vladimir in that
series.
Depends
on perspective,
so
I guess.
Depends on perspective, yeah. If you're a Humble Life Esports fan, you really enjoyed that series. It was very fast. This one is much slower. I wouldn't be surprised if the top esports coach is like, hey, take a breather, don't be so crazy, and just back off a little bit. Whereas for KC, you know, there wasn't that much pressure on them, but now they're on the cusp of beating top esports in a 2-0. So now maybe feeling that pressure a little bit, and things have slowed down as we might look to fight over this Chemtech Seoul. This is actually one that will matter quite a lot. Got some recent buffs, and you've got an Ivern on the side of KC. I think both sides have to fight for this one.
Definitely could be the big swinging point. I mean, topside also 369 there. You got he got a good individual chunk onto Kana, as well as then being able to return, push in that minion wave. They had vision on the edge on the rotation over, so good movement again by 369 and map awareness to be able to just back off after that. But here's our transition down to that dragon. We are building up again. 369 doing a good job again, harassing and building up his Gnar bar here. Gnar bar control is always so big on these dragon timers. And it looks like he just transitioned into Mega though. So as that Mega times out, he will be exhausted for a short while here. But it's honestly timed nicely because it's over 30 seconds away for the dragon. So he uses it and then he's going to build up a new fresh one for the dragon fight.
Should be on time. We also saw that top esports members were kind of hanging around the Otacon. I don't think they would be crazy enough to actually start that up in a game that's this close. But always got to keep that option open. It's Klist going to say, I will do a lot more damage to you than you will to me, Crisp. Even does a little bit of chip to Kanavi. And the poke that comes out from the Ezreal, we're definitely feeling a lot more of that compared to, you know, the poke from the Karthus or the poke from the Corki at this point.
Yeah, and the Varus on the other side too, that is Jackie.
That is very dangerous, but he's going to dodge it. So it pays off in the end. He does have his cleanse back. But yeah, this is really all just setting up to push TES away from the dragon. Meanwhile, we've got 369. That's a world ender committed to, actually, as Kana looks to get that down. As now the Karthus ultimate coming in. Kana in a bit of trouble. The slow comes in. He has to flash this, but I don't know if he's getting away. Has to dodge the first Q, though, those 369. As, yeah, he gets away with the Mega Cone and kind of just distracts him. You see that top esports not able to join the Chemtech fight.
All right, so KC, they grab their dragon number 2, and Jackie's coming out. So it's Crisp.
They're getting so much more off of this. I mean, the Crisp kill, they might get Cream as well. In goes Vladdy, and he's just opening up more space for Kalist as one auto gets it down. He doesn't need to hit his Qs if he can just auto him there. Gets a shield as well from the Ivern, and Kalist is 3-0-2.
Oh man, Targa hits the Leona ultimate, and Kalist going forward. He got so much money this game. Ezreal time. Wait, 369. 369 doing a lot of work still. He's surrounded.
369. Was he baited? Well, he's not going to be hit by that one. Vladdy might want a little bit more. He's got the shields. Will he get the support? Yes, he will. The Q3 and a shutdown for the Yone in mid lane.
KC all over the map now. Another close one here. Let's take a look. Arcane shift forward, but really it's going to be
this.
The Leona ult from Target. He flashes for the ult. He gets Jackie's cleanse and gets the engage onto Crisp. Kalist able to wait.
Live, Kana's getting bullied a bit, but is it a bait at the end of it all? Cream, he wants a bit more, but Crisp actually is the one that gets chunked out big time. Kana does as well. He doesn't have his TP. You can see Kalist wants the follow-up, and Crisp isn't able to do anything. Cream can't help him out. It's just a free support for Kalist here on the Ezreal.
I mean, it's just such a dream situation to play the Ezreal with the Ivern doing so well as... Okay, wait. Can they poke them off here beforehand? I mean, 15 seconds still left on Crisp. There's no way he's getting back, and 369 is walking.
Kanavi low on mana. Oh, Targamas, he's stuck in the damage from the Otacon, but they have the redemption, the miss on the Yone ultimate, and now they're going to have to pull off of this one. Way too much damage done to Vladdy. Kana again being bullied. And TES, they might want a bit more. Depends on their vision. Vladdy does have TP. They're going to go for this Otacon. And will Carmine Corp commit to the fight afterwards? They need to TP Vladdy in if they're going to, but it's getting incredibly low. Yikes, still in the area. But they do a good job of zoning him away with the Meganar. The smite is early, but it's
GA. It's a revive one. I've gotten so used to the other one.
Way too little action in this game, Kobe.
Yeah, actually. Oh, in the end, they actually end up rebounding and pushing them back. Here's another look at the teleport through that actually started off the initial start on this Otacon, which was leashed for so long. This one is the one that led to Chris' death in the very beginning. Kalista again on this Ezreal. Got so much money early on, has the freedom here to just jump forward and start it out. But KC end up shredding so much of their own armor and MR fighting this Otacon for so long. While Kanavi's like poking around, Jackie Love is poking around. Jackie Love has the shield cutting Serpent's Fang, by the way, in inventory, and this is the one where he finally got a nice little chunk there out of his ultimate, and he sidesteps Vladdy. So with those two chunks, they get a lot of space to kind of get their counter and pick up their GAs, but what can they do with the GAs now?
You can see that the call was to fight into that choke, and I feel like that at first is a bit of a mistake, you know, just to go that deep. If Vladdy hits his ult onto one person, like maybe you get the one pick off, but they're already taking so much. As meanwhile, we got a 1v1 on the top side with the unfair redemption to help out, but also the unfair Karthus ult. Will it do enough? No, it even doesn't go through the shield. So Kana going to enjoy 200 gold. Meanwhile, the push coming in down the mid lane. Top Esports trying to use their Otacon, the voracious Otacon buff to push some stuff as Hughes come down here onto Kanavi, but Kalist not going to overstep his bounds at this point, especially with the Hextech Drake. I say that, though, he is getting so much spoken to Jackie Love. Meanwhile, we got this Chemtech Drake coming up in 50 seconds.
Yeah, and that was a Karthus ultimate invested. Not only did they lose their GA in that attempt on the side lane play, but investing the Karthus ultimate, quite big. Of course, it is a bit later into the game, so we'll see the timing on that one coming right back.
How did he even know he was there? Somehow he spotted him backing there. He's going to delay the back. I don't know if it's going to be on time. Oh, they're just going to do Baron?
Yes, they are. At least trying to get the early tempo play by teleporting up to the top side, push those minions out, and clear out all the vision, and make KC react to them as Dragon is spawning. But they're going to keep the pressure on it.
He TP'd up. They really want to use this. Well, they don't even have the Otacon buff anymore, so they're just going to start it and look to turn.
They know Vladdy has to walk.
Yeah, Vladdy's got to walk. We'll see if it works out. Crisp is taking a huge amount of damage. Meanwhile, 369 just gets jumped on here. Doesn't have the Meganar. And now they got to pull off of it. Look at this. Maybe a thanks for the leash angle, but no, it's just the team fight going in. The Karthus takes a massive chunk, but Targamas goes down as well. This Aatrox is going man mode, but he's going to be focused as Casey. They just take the Baron down instead. They say thank you very much for the leash, and thank you very much for the fight. Cream is getting punched down as well, and it's a massive team fight for Carmine Corp.
Oh, that was a disastrous Baron for TES. Vladdy walks his way up. The rest of KC poke them inside the pit. Look how much damage TES take while they're trying to force this. Yeah, Vladdy has to walk from the bottom side, but it only takes these 4 members of KC to deal so much damage and force them out of the pit, and they jump on through with the Iron Redemption, even over the Karthus body. And with Kana wrapping around the other side, they're able to finish off the Baron, and then Vladdy here able to get the initiation onto both members, and Kalist does the cleanup duty here. They take them all down, they got the Baron, and KC will be marching towards a 2-0. They're gonna be marching towards the Dragon first here.
Yeah, it's Chemtech Seoul for an Ivern comp, and you know, you've got Aatrox, you've got Yone. These are champs that are going to just love the Chemtech Seoul, and they have Baron on top of it, so they have so much pressure in mid and bot. It's really not much that Top Esports can do. It was a very interesting call to try to rush that Baron. It does not pay off at all, and KC's response was exactly correct. They did what they needed to do in response to that. So Chemtech Seoul, or not quite yet, actually.
Yeah, just number 3.
Just number 3. So that is going to be very close to Chemtech Seoul, still stacking up those dragons and enjoying a very nice buff on the 2 Chemtech dragons at this point. So looking pretty good. Yes, they want to try to force something here, and I'm not sure that they have the angle. They don't even have Meganar. As now the solar flare comes down, but look at the poke right now from the Ezreal. He's just gigantic at this point. Level 16 is Kalist, and he's got 4 items.
Yeah, they've got Confident Kalist Cloak. They've got Split Push for Vladdy here towards mid lane with the Baron buff. Gonna be able to take down that tower while the rest of the team continues to apply pressure on the secondary turrets. The inhibitor will fall, but TS, like, it's so hard for them because they're getting poked out by this fed Ezreal from all the money he got early on in the game, but then their engages are getting stuffed by KC's Peel and Ivern sustain. Oh, that actually hits though.
That is going to hit, but Jakilov has to back away because Kalist is still there. And Redemption comes in, it heals for like half of Yike's health. It's just incredible what this Ivern can do in this comp in terms of enabling the carries to do their job.
Yeah, he's got 14 stacks on the Medjais for the extra AP.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Kanavi doesn't even really get to play the game. Meanwhile, the flank is coming in. A massive Yone ultimate onto 2, and they both disappear immediately. And now Cream is zoned away. Carmine Corp are finally at the tournament as they are looking to take the 2-0 over Top Esports right now.
Huge props to Yike for massive turnaround series for him. Huge props to KC. They're going to get it done.
They're going to get the job done. Kalist, nope, he's got an Ivern. You thought he was dead? Absolutely not. It is a 2-0. It is a dominant 2-0 from Carmine Corp over Top Esports tonight.
"18 years old Kalist on the Ezreal. So much money in this game. Doesn't die. Ivern constantly going down there. I mean, Yike just back-to-back really big games from him. His focus this time around, you know, when Kanavi came trying to invade him on the Ivern camps, he's able to smite away his own Raptors, go back, harass for a little bit, and then go back to pick up his other 2 channels and make his visits towards bottom side to start to get money into the Ezreal. Just really nicely played by them. Congrats, take a bow.
I'm just so happy that they're finally showing what they're capable of. Like, this is the Carmine Corp we expected to have here. And it's just, it's great to see. Top Esports not able to show up tonight, and Carmine Corp just smacked them down. And yeah, it feels like everybody did their job as well. You know, Vladdy, massive roams. Yike was huge in both games. For me, he'd be the player of the match. And, you know, even Kana in the top side, he had his issues with the Gnar, but he was able to be a great team fight presence as well. Targamas, some huge solar flares. Kalist, pretty obvious on the Ezreal in that game too.
I'm loving the poses afterwards too. Yeah. Get another one.
Staring into your soul.
I think we just got Mystic Shot.
Yeah. Soul is blue. Indeed, it is after that victory. And, you know, when they take a couple of losses, that's when they play their best game. The pressure finally off of KC. And again, I'm just glad that they are here to play.
Yeah, and you have to feel, especially for Yike, right? Because he has been getting so much criticism, you know, and has some really rough series so far at the tournament. For him to have this big bounce back, you know, really big confidence builder. So those types of things where you get a series that's also going to build your confidence as you look forward, like their task ahead of them, as great as it is to get this win, is mega tough. HLE are looking insane. So you're going to need all the confidence that you can get from this series because it is still an insanely hard road ahead of them.
There's a chance that, you know, if Top Esports take another loss and KC, you know, they take a win, you know, there's still an angle.
Let's get crazy in here.
You know, we can begin to cook a little bit and think about the angles. I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected KC to win tonight, but now that it's happened, so many things are opened up. You know, the box is open and everything's out on the floor. You can see all the possibilities for the side of KC. So. Yeah, just great to finally have them at the tournament. We have 2 2-0s tonight, pretty one-sided ones. This one a little bit closer, I would say.
I mean, the first game was definitely very back and forth, but I think we are ready. So let's send it back down to the desk for first stand cooldown.
Cooldown? We're just getting warmed up. We're just starting.
You know, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I did call it.
Look, you were right all along. It's a very simple transitive property. Vladdy beat the heck out of Caps. Caps beat the heck out of TES with Yike's help. So it makes sense that Vladdy would also beat TES. We're living in a dreamland, a fairy tale. Kobe pointed out rudely that tomorrow it might all end. I don't care. Today, in this moment, let me live in my beautiful fantasy.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
All
And I'm all down for the properties of transitive properties here, right? Because we now know that TL beat K-Corp and K-Corp beat TES.
So TL could have won.
So we can disregard the 2-0 thrashing that TL took yesterday.
Look, at this point, I'm willing to take it because we need every little dub we can get. So if it's going to be more, fantastic. I think really quick on the context of that series, big standout for me. Also, Oppo player of the series, none other than Yike.
He was so good.
You gotta love it, right? One of the things that we saw over the course of the last couple of days is how much flack Yike had gotten. We already know how much it meant to him that after he left G2, he was able to get a big redemption moment right in the finals. That was one thing. To then have a similar redemption arc where the man gets criticized heavily and then is the main instrument with which they 2-0, by the way, the #1 representative of the LPL. What a turnaround.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, game 1, I think he was incredible on the Skarner, but game 2 as well. Staved off the early invade on the Ivern, was constantly down towards bot side, really got Khalees and Targamas off to a great start. So it's just really exciting to see them be able to actually step up and have a really good series, have a performance that we know the LEC fans were really kind of expecting and hoping for them.
We were waiting. Long we waited. Yuck activated. You can see here a lot of Ezreal damage, unsurprisingly, as Kalist seemed to refuse to E backwards ever. The man was, I think as Yamato described on Twitter, ego checking at every single possible opportunity. And hey, look, it paid off. So let's take a chance now to welcome Yike to the desk in our Verizon post-game interview. Guided in by Vedius, his personal hype man as he earned it.
Player of the series, you need a water, any better.
I'm fine, thank you. No, it's okay.
You want anything? Yike, look. It was just straight up, it was a really shit first 2 days, man. How does it feel to pull out a win against TES?
I mean, it feels amazing. Yeah, I really know how the last 2 days were. And for me personally, it was like very, very rough, like with everything. And I'm really, really happy that we could win like this. Like, yeah, I'm just really happy.
What do you think the difference was, right? Because it felt like so much in your last couple of series, you guys weren't on the same page. And today you came in and it felt like win or lose in fights, everyone was really kind of playing together. And it just looked like a completely different team.
Yeah, I mean, we just had a lot of talks after both times we lost, and we started to figure out like what the problem was. And we knew we were not connected, and that was the main thing for us. We want to be connected, and even though we're 0-2, we were still laughing, making jokes, having fun. And I think that's the most important. And we just kept doing that. And going into the game, we were all confident. And then we won.
We're in a soundproof studio, by the way. I could still hear the KC fan chants going on. They started as soon as the game was done, have still continued. This, as you're saying, alone, not quite enough. What are you guys looking forward to in the next series? Because obviously, this was such a big turnaround in level of play. Are you going to try to do it against my team? Because I prefer that you don't, personally. But obviously, I can imagine that for you guys now, sky's the limit.
Cut him down, yeah. Cut him down.
Get me.
I mean, we have to do it. If we don't do it, then it might look rough to qualify, right? So.
Hey, top could actually end up with one win. There's a couple ways you could get out.
That's also true. But yeah, I mean, we're going to go in tomorrow. We're going to do the same as we did today. Same preparation, same everything. And I think if we do it, we can for sure win.
On the
sorry. You have to.
Look, on the subject of kind of the transition between the tournament, you talked about the communication stepping up. Why do you feel like you ended up being on such different pages when the tournament started? Is it just the transition to a new studio, to a new stage, to a new patch, no lane swaps? Is it just different quality of play and quality of opponents compared to what you were matching up against the LEC? Because I think a lot of people are hoping that the formula is just solved now. KC are just insane in every game for the rest of the team. By a lot of people, I mean
their
me.
opponents aren't hoping that.
Their opponents are definitely. Mao is not hoping that, but I am hoping
not.
that. So, like, it feels like you've gone on this insane journey of this high to the slow, and we're coming back up again. But what was the kind of the start? What caused that initial disconnect?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can compare to is like all the other events I went to, like international. We kind of had like a boot camp. We had like a lot of time before the match started, and here we had to like fly, and then we had media days, and then one scrim day, and then we instantly went to play. I don't want to make excuses, right? I don't believe in like excuses, and I think we just played bad the first 2 days. But right now we can also come back, and that's a really very nice feeling. I think the fact that we play 4 days in a row is very easy to just shut down. And I mean, it was close to happening to me. I mean, it was kind of happening to me in the first 2 days, and I feel very good with this redemption.
How does it feel to know that you're in Korea, you're playing in Lol Park, but there's still so many K-Corp fans that are here, right? Like KC seems to make every game, no matter where you are, feel a little bit like a home game. And like, how much does that actually mean to you to have the support of the fans even here?
I mean, it means a lot. I was very surprised when I heard all of them chant our names and everything, all the KC fans. It's crazy that they came all the way here to support us. Like, I really love the fan base. I appreciate everything they do and supporting us even through like the hard times we had these last 2 days. And yeah, it feels amazing to have them here.
Yike, I think it's a pleasure having you on, man. I don't want to keep you for too much longer because I know it's going to be a long night of interviews.
He wants you to go scrim and get ready to beat HLE.
Yeah, I really need that on a personal note. Like, if it doesn't happen, Top Esports, I'm looking at you. just throw a game, please, for Europe, just one time. That's all I want. But that level of desperation, I hope that doesn't apply to you. So is there any like kind of final message to leave for tomorrow? Is there anything that you really want to bring in tomorrow's series? Is it just keeping up good communication? What's the focus for tomorrow?
For sure, keep up what we did today. Do like ignore everything else that's outside of our team. We just have to ignore. We stick to our team. It's just us, you know. We don't care about anything. We don't isolate ourselves or like individually from everyone else. We stay together, and then I think we're gonna beat them.
I believe. Do you believe yet, Mao? Are you nervous? Sweating?
I would prefer not to answer that question because no, I of course I trust Hanwha Life, but I love a good redemption story. And for me, with this win alone, you know, that's the first step.
Look into his eyes and say it again.
I want my team to win. I want Peanut to get an international victory.
Why do you hate Yike
so long? Don't you put that on me. Don't you put that on me.
Guy, Mao. How could you?
Oh, this is the worst.
You want him to get eliminated?
Yike, we'll leave you there, bro. If you want to set the mic down, you can take off. Thank you again so much for taking the time.
Thank you so much.
Good luck tomorrow.
Congrats, man. You smurfed.
Yeah, and congrats.
Yeah,
like whatever else happens the rest of the tournament, fantastic series.
Even though Mao wants you to lose, the rest of us are cheering for you.
Have a good rest of the day, brother. You can take off.
I'll come with you.
Thanks, Yike. Obviously, again, congrats to Yike, congrats to KC, a fantastic series. We start to look ahead towards tomorrow, TL versus CFO, KC versus HLE. If you're a diehard KC fan right now, you are praying on two things. You are praying on either the victory tomorrow or that when TES play on our final day of the round robin, that they just completely fumble it against CFO.
I am just seriously reconsidering how I catch more strays than TES. That even with the amazing revival that KC had today, I think today also just did not play up to par.
I was trying to avoid that because I was living in this high of absolute delusion. But you're right. Like, TS also are collapsing, and I think it is worth bringing up that this was not good, and consistency for the org, even as the players have changed over the years, has never been their forte.
I mean, the Baron in Game 2 was actually criminal. Like, they get Otacon, and then they go to Baron, and then they wait till Otacon buff expire, and then they force Baron in the face of all 5 from KC. You know, that was catastrophic from them, so they definitely had a horrible, horrible day. But it can be something that can mental boom you. Yep. And, you know, if CFO can play really, really well against them, that's definitely an angle. But I will say tomorrow gets way more exciting because TL versus CFO, already really important game for both those teams. But then KC versus HLE, all of a sudden you kind of start to perk up and you're like, well, they did it today. It gets a lot more interesting. It has a lot more stakes in it. So
it does.
One upset always makes the international tournaments that much more fun for me because as soon as one thing doesn't go to chalk, you start to believe that a couple things could also change.
Yeah, and for TES, again, to focus in briefly, even though they're not playing tomorrow, this is the break day. This is the chance to reset, to come back fresh for that final day, to find that win. Because if they don't, it's game over.
And it needs to be Kanavi because he had a really good bounce back. But then today, particularly in the second game was, I think, more of a team gap, right? The calls were just not good in that game for the team as a whole. But that Viego game, there are so many moments where it felt like he kind of started the chain of everything going awry, getting killed repeatedly. Because he actually built a big lead early on. Like, he was ahead in gold. He was getting the kills. And on a reset champion like Viego, you got to be able to then kind of run the game for the rest of the day, and particularly with them having a comp that's literally centered around getting early kills, to have that big of a collapse is really worrying. And I hope that they can use that day off to kind of recenter themselves.
As do I, and we'll have to see when we get to Game 5. As the last thing, Mal, we've made you the bad guy all day. So one more time, I want you to predict, not Isaac, because I know what he's going to say. TL, CFO, who's winning? Look Isaac in the eyes as you do it. Who's taking the series?
Think of all we've been through together. All the good times.
Just know your friendship is on the line.
Well, for the bid, now I want to predict CFO, but I think it's a TL 2-1.
He didn't have it in him.
He didn't have it in him.
That's what I think. That's my opinion. Let me have my
I
opinion.
will believe him. Look, okay, that's good.
He would say that, wouldn't he?
He would, of course, he would say that.
I love the general.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that does it for us here for First Stand. We'll be back tomorrow with Day 4. 2 incredible matches kicking off with TL versus CFO. Maybe TL will find the win. Maybe it'll be the CFO. We'll have to find out tomorrow at 5 p.m. Korean Standard Time. Thank you for watching, and good night.
Let's go Liquid.
Maybe trying to look for a 2v2, but Tunja is already so low. Hunky gonna push them over the wall. Peanut is quite low himself, but the last hit he is gonna take down. Almost dead as Peanut and Viper are here. And they're even gonna use the Season's assist into Doggo as there's nowhere for him to go. They hand over the kill to Viper.
Zeka, now what you got for us?
Oh, really?
Yeah! Yes!
Oh my God! You mentioned the situation where they didn't want to go for it. Level 6 Zed though, still gonna put on that pressure. The Ignite is coming in. Zeka, one last auto, doesn't need it. As down will go Honku. The R is up, and it's available again. Zeka goes for it again, gets the kill, and the last auto from Peanut finishes it off.
Oh my goodness, what a chat!
Like in scrims, we are stomping every of these teams. Pace missing, all these guys, you guys are stomping them. So I'm proud of you no matter what. I'm very proud of you. You guys are doing the job. And it will pay off, okay? It will pay off, I swear. I'm fine.
Yeah, wait.
Get on. Yeah. Nice.
Okay, nice.
I'm coming.
Oh,
I'm going.
oh, they're doing some crazy.
Good job.
Nice, guys.
Good job. Good.
Okay, reset. Go next game. Full focus. Well played, guys. We played very good, okay? Keep up.
Well, but he met up with so many members of Carving Corp as now he goes down. The big ult though is gonna hit 2 as one of them does get shielded. He takes down the Leona.
Go.
I see you.
Yeah, good job.
Nice.
I'm dead. We can fight.
Orange flash 1 HP.
I keep working.
Varus also dead.
You can go. I see you. 3 seconds.
They are looking. Go.
Nice.
I will do.
Nice. Baby.
Slow. We can end. Slow.
No, go fast.
Nice.
Okay. Nice. We're gonna stomp hammer tomorrow, guys. We're doing it, guys. Okay, we're gonna do it.
Turn off the system. Near me up, I'm jacking the system. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. I'm eager, never need to breathe on neither. Come along, start the procedure. Everything's tasting sweeter. Everybody up on the top floor. Everybody up on the top floor. Everybody up on the top floor. Stand up, get your down for it. To the mayhem. Show the face for the laser. Rise up generation. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. To the mayhem. Show the face for the laser. Rise up generation. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system. Fire me up, I'm jacking the system.
Online like it's Wi-Fi.
We in it to win it. We in it to win it. My team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, since the beginning, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, we stay committed, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah. Can I please get a witness? Better go handle your business. What they spinning? Better be stacking with all of that capping and really start winning. No mercy, pity. Gotta get dirty and gritty, regardless, no matter the city. All in or nothing. If you know, like I know, you gotta hustle like you want something. Call that hype, man. That's a heck of a price. I'm not the kind of the type pretending to be something for the majority just so I can get a million of likes. I know it's time, relentlessly, that's why I grind. Get on my mission, cause I see the vision when I see myself in the mirror, reflection of my competition. So I can my team relentless, yeah, we in it to win it, yeah, they still pretending. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, since the beginning. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah, we stay committed. Yeah, we in it to win it. Yeah.
We in it to win it, win it, win it. I just continue to ride my own wave. You can catch me in the beach a lot, serving the streets to get paid. 24/7 around the clock. I'm cutting shit up like a barbershop. Look, people who listen to eavesdrop. Loyalty is the key, no more flip-flops. Cause I can't stop till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop. Till we all pop. My team relentless, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. They still pretending, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. Since the beginning, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. We stay committed, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. My team relentless, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. They still pretending, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. Since the beginning, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. We stay committed, yeah. We in it to win it, yeah. We in it to win it.
If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was on a one-way ticket to rehearse. Life is a bitch, but you live when you learn. If you're whipping up work, digging up dirt, or you're in a murk, or you're doing bird, brother, I don't care, you will get served. Do it for my city and I bring them up first. Brother, I've been burned, and that shit hurt. Couldn't get worse, thought I was cursed. I was